We're back. In the desert. Oh, there poofs my pet. I heard him disappear. So I did log in. I logged in just a little bit last time. Not a lot, but I just continued. I popped my EXP band and I continued to kill gobbos. So I'm not too far off from my level up. And my plan for today is to at least get level 63. I don't think that'll take too long since I have EXP boosters. So get 63, and then from there, my plans are a little less, they're a little less solid. I'm thinking to maybe get my Windurst fame up, which is something that I've been neglecting. But to get my Windurst fame up and to get the teleport Mia quest, because I never did that. I have Dem and I have Hala, but I don't have Mia. And as a 37 white mage, I can teleport, so I'd like to have access to the first three. At some point I need to go back to white mage, and I need to level it up enough so that I can teleport to Altepa and Yotor and what's the last one? It's the one out near Castle Zval in Zarkabard. But to let me go to Zarkabard. So I think by level 42 you get all the teleports. I think. I'd have to double check that, but I think it's the low 40s that you get all the teleports. So it'd be nice to have, just because if people need a teleport somewhere, it's it's a convenient thing. Though honestly, I don't know, the value of a teleport is a little bit diminished, since if you have all the outposts, you don't need that, right? If you've got the outposts, like I have the outposts for El Shimo low and upper, I don't need a teleport. It would be cheaper for me to take the outpost. But I guess if you don't have the outposts, then yeah, it's nice to have, I guess. You know, nice to get a TP. Alright, I'm mostly gonna go for goblins here, although I may wander around a bit. I'd like to try the quicksand caves. So the quicksand caves are a little further off past the oasis thing, and oh my god, look at that. Alright, but the quicksand caves are full of Antikins, and they're like high 40s, low 50s, or no, they're high 40s. They range from the high 40s up to the high 50s. At least the ones at the entrance, when I poked my head in to check it out. Oh, hey there, goblin poacher. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a party right now. If that goblin reaper turns around, we're gonna have a nice party. Okay, he's good, he's just leaving. But as usual, we kind of flex those fingers and warm up for the first bit of the stream. I kind of consider the first hour or so of the stream. Oh, look at that! He came back. So yeah, I consider the first hour or so to really just be like shaking the dust off and kind of getting into the, getting into the vibe, right? Oh my lord, that goblin digger. If he... Okay, he's not looking this way yet. And hey there, Trap. Ahoy. Hold up, let me... Okay, I just want to check. First time chat. First time chat award. Achievement unlocked. I'm pretty sure I could, like, have a sound effect to go for that. But I'm lazy and I don't. Also, that could... I guess with how many new people have been popping in lately, that could get a little distracting, so probably best not to have Probably best not to have a sound effect. I kind of try to avoid making this like a Saturday morning radio thing. Don't need the corny sound effects popping off all the time. That's kind of something that annoys me about a lot of streams. It's like, oh hey, there's a game under all that somewhere. Oh, I haven't tried to steal from anything yet. So I believe the Goblin Digger, I think you can steal a pickaxe from them, like a mining pickaxe. And I don't personally mine myself, but I know that pickaxes have a bit of value to them. I know they're worth something. Alright, steal! Oh, no pickaxe. So, okay, I know it has a timer on it because, you know, you can steal items that make good money, right? But, I really wish steal was on maybe a 1-minute timer. Maybe a minute would be a little too much, like 2 minutes, right? I wish it was on like a 2 or 3 minute timer instead of a 5-minute timer. 5 minutes, considering it has a fairly low accuracy, like you'll fail to steal most of the time. I feel like it should have a bit of a quicker recast. Also, I think these are a Horizon thing. Mud crabs. I didn't know that we were in the Elder Scrolls Redguard. I didn't know. That's what this desert is, clearly. The Elder Scrolls, what is it? I think, wait, we know where 6 is gonna be, right? Is that gonna be in that area? Is it? I forget, I don't keep up with it. But this is now the Elder Scrolls 6. It's got a desert and it's got mud crabs. Confirmed. I am wondering what kind of loot you can get from these. They're level 62. They seem to range a little bit, but yeah, 61, 62. I have no idea if they link, and I have no idea what sort of drops they might have. They're just crabs, right? So I can't imagine it would be too good. Alright, I'm gonna fight my way a little closer to the ruins off in the distance. I guess I'll fight my way over to the quicksand caves, and we'll see if we can kill anything in there. But really, I'm just doing some basic EXPing for right now. A sort of... I guess it's a short-term goal. I mean, very short-term, we have things to do today, after I get my level. But I guess more mid-term, I guess we want to get level 65. At 65, I think, I'm not sure, but I think I can solo my my artifact pants quest. For that, I have to kill 3 level 58 named monsters. So at level 65, I'd have 7 levels on them, right? I think they would be equivalent to an easy enemy, right? Two of the 3 named monsters are charmable. So I guess what I could do is I could charm, like instead of using a jug pet, I could charm one of them, very slowly, have it attack one, get aggro, attack the other, get aggro, and then make it fight to the death, right? Like, make it fight to the death. And then, when that dies, charm the other one and make it fight to the death. And then I would only have the boss spawn, right? And actually, if I do it like that, I could probably do the quest right now. But I like to be safe about these things. I like to be safe, alright? I'm not sure exactly how long I've been on Horizon, but I did go back and I looked at my first archive upload of the stream. Because I have been archiving our streams here on my YouTube, and which we're up to like stream number 41. I do play offline too. I play offline as well, but well, you know, off stream. But the very first stream was back in early May, and I created my character in that stream. So yeah, I guess I've been playing since early May. So not that long. I haven't been on here that long. Man, I really need to archive more than just the Final Fantasy XI sessions. The problem is I sort of like to have a beginning and end to anything that I archive, right? Like anything that is going to be forever on the YouTube channel, I like it to have a good beginning, middle, and end, right? And we caught that with Horizon here, but I can't do the same thing for, like, I don't know, my XCOM game that's just going forever, because I didn't think to archive it in the beginning, and well, now we're so far along, right? That'd just be awkward. I do maybe want to archive, yeah, I missed the chance to archive our City of Heroes adventures. When I make a new character, maybe I'll start an archive. Maybe I'm weird like that. I know that for a lot of streamers where they just sort of, you know, they have like a YouTube archive, and that's what their channel's for, they'll just kind of archive whatever, and I try to have a solid beginning and middle and end, and I feel weird if I don't. If it's just an archive of, like, we've been playing this game for 20 streams, right? That'd be weird. Yeah, I know. I feel like XCOM's never gonna finish. I mean, I think, okay, the problem with the XCOM files is there's so much content that it sort of slows everything down, and, you know, like, you can't... Like, you get lots of missions that have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And the big problem is that I need a specific type of alien in order to beat the game. I need one specific alien. I have to capture it in order to like start the research to do the Mars mission to beat the game. The problem is that one alien just does not happen. The missions that would have that alien, they just never come. So yeah, it does feel like the XCOM game is just never gonna end. Alright, let me try to steal from this guy. Oh wait, poachers don't have mithril coins. I wasted a steal. I mean, I guess kind of Vexus, I guess. But yeah, it's, I think really the problem with the XCOM files, as much as I love it, I absolutely love the mod. I don't think I can go back to vanilla XCOM after playing it. But the problem is that, like, it adds all of these story arcs, right? And the way that XCOM works, just by default, is any of the missions or UFOs or whatever, it's all random, yeah, but only one thing, like only one type of thing can happen at a time, right? Like only one set of events can happen at any single given moment. So, like if you're deep into the Terror from the Deep stuff, and you're getting lots of aquatic missions, and you're getting like ghost missions, the haunted house nonsense, if you're getting lots of those, they are taking the place of possible spawns that could give you that endgame alien, right? So the problem is, until I close out those story arcs and I completely finish them, I'm just gonna get that junk instead of things I actually need. That's the problem. I still love the mod. It's super fun. It really is. But it adds so much content that it bogs the game down. I mean, that's not the worst thing, right? It's really not. Also, oh god, I see there's already quite a few people in here, at least as far as Twitch is concerned. Twitch seems to just not count most people. Hey there, we're just grinding. We're just having a good grind. Once I get 63, which shouldn't take too long with my EXP band. It's what, like 5,000, about 5,000 EXP. That'll just go right along. But yeah, we finished that. I'm gonna try to get some fame ups and then do a little quest. So we do have a game plan today, even if it's very loose. But while I'm just grinding or whatever, it's that's kind of the time to let's just go into it. Talk about whatever. And Vexus, I'm gonna go in order here. Vexus, I think we started our game of the XCOM files, the one that we're like currently on. We started that like early last year, I want to say. So we're going on 2 years of one consecutive save file, and if you look at like the research tree in the game, I don't think I've even gotten like 40% of the overall research in the game. The XCOM files, it's more than just an expansion of a mod. It is like it's like it crams 5 more XCOM games into the original XCOM. But it takes a long ass time to get through. Also, yeah, and hey there, Riggs. The 2013 XCOM, I really liked it, and I will be honest, as much of an old man gamer as I am, I missed certain games back in the day, right? Because I had my games that I really liked, and I stuck to those, and if I didn't encounter the game, I just never knew about it until later. So I played the hell out of the more modern XCOM games. I loved them. But I kept hearing about how the old games did certain things better, even if they look very primitive, right? And I was a little suspicious, but I'm open. I like old games. And I went back a few years ago, and for the stream, I played the original UFO Defense, and I fucking loved it. I absolutely loved it, more so than the modern games. It's different, but I liked the experience. And then I played Terror from the Deep, and it's also good, but not quite my thing. And then I played Apocalypse, and well, that one I just gave up on. But the original UFO Defense is a great game. And there is a huge modding community for it. Like, there are so many total overhauls and expansions to the game, it's crazy. But yeah, I'd say to compare like the newer games to the older ones, I think the newer XCOM games have a little bit more RPG elements. Like they're more focused on the individual soldier units and kind of really customizing them and making them RPG characters almost. And they're also very focused on an actual plot, right? Like they have a narrative, and that's fine. But I kind of prefer the old school games because they don't have a storyline necessarily, but they most certainly do have a narrative. Like there is a beginning, an escalation, and an inevitable conclusion to the games. But I'd say it's more like you're learning the plot through your various researches and stuff. You don't actually get like cutscenes or anything. I have not done Space Crusade, but I will admit I haven't really touched much on Warhammer games. It's not that I avoided Warhammer, it's just I never got into any of it, and the first time I really played a Warhammer computer game, and I really, really liked it, was Total War Warhammer 2. I absolutely love that. So I should, but that's fantasy Warhammer, not Warhammer 40k. I've dabbled a little in the 40k PC games. Dawn of War 2. I found that to be not as enjoyable, but still interesting and fun. I gotta give it more of a shot. But in general, I just I don't know, I like interesting games. Old or new, I like it when a game is interesting or does something a bit unique. Which unfortunately that often means you have to go to older games, because not that many new games really do unique things. Kenshi, yes, I've put quite a bit of time in on Kenshi. Kenshi is definitely a more modern game that is very unique. And yes, I was right on that. I mean, let me think of another. Well, oh yeah, because I've been playing the recent one, the Mount and Blade games too. I've really been enjoying Mount and Blade 2. It's such a strange mix of like role-playing, life sim, and also real-time strategy. It's an interesting mix of everything. Like it feels like it's blending a few genres together, that one. But yeah, I like a good interesting game. They do still happen. They do. It's just I kind of feel like the very experimental era of video games we're kind of past that. Not too many games really want to get super experimental with the big budgets that most of them have. But you do see a lot more indie games and smaller studio games that they're still willing to be a little bit brave. And I like that. I appreciate that. Oh, gonna wild carrot my pet here. I don't use wild carrot too much, but it is a good little heal. And let's see. Well, first off, before I respond, let me just kind of get to a bit more of a safe area. I just want to rest my pet up real quick. Just get that health topped off, right? Get that health topped off. Just hug the wall and hope I don't get attacked. So, okay, now I can focus on chat. My favorite part. But yeah, the base, like building up bases, that was... Well, okay, building bases and then having to defend them, my god. That was a lot of fun with Kenshi. And of course, I got, like, the mods that would sort of, they'd up your unit count so you could have way more guys in your squad. Look at this. Somehow, that goblin doesn't see me right now. Like, I guess his line of sight is like that. I guess if it's a cone, I'm just outside of his cone, I guess. If he turns in any way in my direction, then he's gonna spot me, but I'm gonna get my healing in while I can. Oh hey, someone chocobo digging. I still don't really know how the hell chocobo digging works. Alright, so yeah, my health is good, but I'm letting my pet get up to full. But I'm trying to think other unique games that are a little more contemporary, or maybe they're long running. The X games, the other X games, I guess, not XCOM, but like X, X2, X3, X4, X Rebirth, all those. Not all of them are good, but X4 is the most recent, and I really like that one. I haven't played it in a while, but I love me a good space sim trading, economic, space captain, life sim, empire build. It's a bunch of genres. It is a bunch of genres just slammed into one. I love that. Absolutely love it. Alright, back to the killing. Well, yeah, I know that you buy greens at a stable and then you tell the chocobo to dig, but I guess I don't really understand the specifics of chocobo digging. Like, do you have to dig in specific places in the world, or do you have to move around, or could you literally just zone into an area, stand in one spot, and just dig over and over in the same spot? And like, does it matter? I guess I don't really know how much. I don't know what the variables are on chocobo digging. I guess that's. I'm really bad with words. It still amazes me that people show up to my streams to listen to me stammer all over the place. But I often say something and then it gets. It gets interpreted weird because it's not exactly what I mean, and then I have to kind of think about it and refine my sentence a bit, right? Ah, okay. So zones will they'll get depleted, I guess, and you have to move around. All right. Okay. It's, yeah, so like I tried chocobo digging just a little bit. So in Sandoria, I rented a chocobo, I bought some greens, and I just sort of, I just went out into the newbie zone, and I just dug as I was going to somewhere else, and I didn't get anything. Like, I got nothing. I just wasted some gil. I would assume that the area right outside the stable probably was dug out, right? Oh yeah, I do know about the underlying skill. I at the very least, I know about that. It's a little bit of a shame that there doesn't seem to be any way to actually get a read on that, like, in-game. But if you go to the Horizon website, they actually do track chocobo digging and some other hidden stuff like that. That's pretty nice. A reason to log in to the website, I guess. But I think my chocobo digging skill is like, it's like 0.2 or something like that. Oh hey, got me a kindred seal. One of these days I have to do a BCNM, right? Like, one day a BCNM has to happen. But I would really like to make that a bit of a team thing. I know people have given some suggestions on, like, solo BCNMs, but I would actually like to just make it a team effort thing. I don't really need the gil, like, I'm not in desperate need of gil, and I have good ways to make gil, so for me it's like, oh, that'd just be a fun team thing, right? Fun team thing, and maybe earn some unique items that I can't trade or whatever. You know, that might be fun. Well, let's see, what's my EXP at? It's chugging along. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Oh yeah, I guess that's the thing. For a lot of these, you kinda need to worry about your party composition, right? I guess that's the problem. For many of the more complex or just difficult fights, it's not like EXPing, right? It's not just bring a full party of 6 and that's it. It's you need kind of specific compositions for specific tactics, right? That's something I'm still kind of wrapping my head around. Well, yeah, I would imagine that 3BST can do a lot. I would imagine. I need to level up more classes so that I have more options. I guess, technically, I do have Ninja at 37, but I don't particularly want to play Ninja. But I do have White Mage at 37, so I guess, like, for any of the 30 or lower BCNMs, I could go in as a White Mage. I'd be confident with that. I'd like to level up a tank class that I actually want to play, like, you know, like Paladin, right? So when my Beastmaster is further along, like when one day, should the stars align, when I hit level 75, I would very much like to level up more classes to actually use them in gameplay, not just as a sub-job, right? And good morning! Good morning, afternoon here. Seagram, which, that's how I'm gonna say that. I pronounce everything the worst. But I remembers you. What level's that Dalma? It's just sort of there. Alright, only 39. And Jubei. Which, I mean, to be fair, I know a few Jubeis in fiction, right? But my first thought is always, Jubei Yagyu from Onimusha 2. That's my first thought. God, I really liked Onimusha 2. I actually never played the first one, but the second one, I love that. It was such a different game from many other games that I'd played at the time. And then there was Onimusha 3, and it was fine. The gameplay was good still. That's what I can say nice about it. It was a fun video game. That's what I can say. But no, Onimusha 2 was awesome. I love that thing. It had such a... I think it had a very strange gameplay structure. Like I don't know, it felt almost like it didn't quite fit in a single genre. But I guess it would be an action-adventure, I guess. Alright, back to the goblin murdering. Which I have sort of realized that a lot of the very fun, unique games, especially RPGs, because of course, but a lot of the unique games that I remember and love, they were in that kind of PS1 to PS2 era, and on the PlayStation 1 and 2. Man, those two consoles were amazing for just diverse video games. Diverse and interesting games. I guess for me that's sort of a... That kind of era is a... Oh, that's my golden age of video games. And it's still so weird to me. Like, it's weird to think that, man, for a lot of people, the PlayStation 2 is ancient to them. That's so strange. That's so goddamn strange. Like when you hear the insult, man, that looks like a PS2 game, and they're like, it's a game that's like 5 years old, right? When I hear that, I have that moment, my heart sinks, and I feel so old. And also, it's like, how wrong you are. And also, that shouldn't be an insult, because the PlayStation 2 looked gorgeous. This was a PlayStation 2 game. And actually, if you compare the look of this game, even vanilla, if you compare the look of this to like other MMOs of 2002 or even later, this looks shockingly better. Like, okay, City of Heroes, as much as I love it, it doesn't look the best, right? It has very, very simplistic graphics. And City of Heroes came out in 2004, same year as World of Warcraft, which, also look at that, right? This game came out in 2002, and I think just in terms of technical fidelity and finesse, I think this game has the better graphics out of all those. And this one was 2 whole years earlier. That's a little crazy if you think about it. And then again, graphics were, well, they still are all over the place. You know, there's games that release now that look like they could have released 30 years ago. So the graphics are whatever, right? But I guess if you're thinking of an era of graphics, I don't know. The early 2000s, most games have a certain look to them. I feel like this sort of defies the mold as far as that is concerned. Well, yeah, it was limited by the PS2, obviously, but it also it kind of worked to its advantage. Again, I can point to MMOs that came out years after this one, and well, okay, City of Heroes, right? I love the game, but in City of Heroes, the hands of the character models, the hands don't have fingers. Like everybody has like a mitten for a hand. You know, they have a thumb and then just a big flappy dolphin flipper hand. It's very simple polygonal 3D graphics, right? In City of Heroes, faces they're not like here where you can see my character, like you can see the model detail, right? And you can see the eyes move, the mouth moves. In City of Heroes, it's just a texture. It is a flat texture. No eye movement, no mouth movement, and that was still the standard at that time, 2 years after this. So I think they did pretty damn good here. I think they did a real damn good job here. All right, my pet doesn't need to rest too much, but I don't like having yellow health, so let me rest my health up. But the EXP is coming along, so 63, and then I want to get my Windurst fame up. I'd like to get the Teleport Mia quest, but I tried to take it a few streams ago, and I realized I don't have enough Windurst fame. I have no idea what my fame is, but I already had like turned in some of the little, what is it, coronets or cornets. I'd already done that a few times, so I feel like 1 or 2 shipments of those should get me to where I need to be. Also just taking the time here to hydrate. But yeah, I'm trying to think of well, how much, like PC-wise, I'm trying to think how much RAM I had on my PC back in, oh god, back in like 2002. Probably like 500 or something like that. Probably something very low, right? Probably less than a gigabyte. Nowadays, RAM is in, you know, RAM, whether it's visual or it's just RAM, it's in big supply, right? Got more than you need, but back in the day, it always felt like you never had enough RAM or visual RAM, you know, you never, or video RAM, you know, you never had enough of it. Yeah, the Voodoo graphics, God, I remember. I had a Voodoo card once. It didn't work that great. I think that's the problem with a lot of early 3D games, in particular, for the PC. Like, as a connoisseur of older games, it's kind of funny, but very, very old games are actually super easy to get running and to configure and all that. Like, if you're talking DOS era or even earlier than that, like, it's super easy to get those to run on a modern machine through, like, you know, an emulator or something. It's super easy, right? And games that came, you know, more recently, that's okay too. But there's a certain era from like the late 90s to the early 2000s, or I want to say mid 90s to early 2000s, where you're out of DOS, so you're in Windows now. But the hardware configurations and the software configurations too, there was not a lot of standardization going on. So you had like dozens of different graphics cards that you could choose from, dozens of different everything. Like, a computer was just a mishmash of parts, and so video games, No one really knew what standard to make things to. So half the time, like even back in the day, like when these things were new, half the time I would buy a game and it just wouldn't run on my PC, and so I'd have to upgrade my PC to play that game, and then I get a different game and oh, it doesn't run. So I have to change my PC again. That was such a common problem. And it unfortunately makes running games like that, it makes it really tricky on a modern computer, because it's how do you even configure it, right? A little side thought there. Also, I'm smelling delicious pasta sauce. I have a big pot of pasta sauce going. I need to check up on that every now and then. Just give it a quick stir, make sure it's all good, right? But the smell is just filling the room, and oh. So I'm gonna kill this goblin digger as quick as I can, and then I'm gonna stir that pot real quick. Always stir in the pot, I am. Also, can I get me a pickaxe off of this goblin? Oh, no pickaxe. No pickaxe! Oh, ability is not ready yet. Oh. Man, I was a little late to Half-Life, but I did play Half-Life fairly early on. I guess it wasn't super late on, but that Game of the Year edition. I only played Half-Life because my friends played it. Like I'm not a huge first-person shooter kind of guy. It's not really my genre, I guess. But I enjoyed all the Half-Life mods. My friends really liked. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. Sven Co-op or Sven Co-op. That's how they'd say it. But that was fun. And my favorite was Natural Selection. We also played that back in the day. We'd do LAN parties and play Natural Selection on a server. God, LAN parties. I feel like a real old man. Yeah. God, my favorite part of Natural Selection was that, yeah, it's like aliens versus Marines, and on the alien team, you could go like, there's like a big rhino-looking alien, and their special ability was that they could just eat players, right? They could eat the Marines, and that meant the Marine player would be stuck in your stomach digesting for like a minute, and they'd just be staring at an inside the stomach screen, right? For like nearly a minute. It was great. People hated that. Exoprimal. Sounds familiar. I don't keep up too much with games, but anything kind of like that, I'd be interested. But there is an NS2 though. NS2 came out. That's more recent, and it's still going. But it's not quite the same vibe. It's very similar, but it's not quite the same. It's not as wacky as the original. Hold up, real quick. I'm just gonna go stir the pot. All right, the pasta sauce. I can smell it. So give me one sec, real quick. Alright, I'm back. Man, I have just a giant, like an 8-liter pot of pasta sauce going. Cooking it to perfection for tonight. Takes a little while though. Unfortunately, it smells great and it's filling the whole room up. It's also really hot in here too, so it's not helping with that. Okay. But I have learned the secret to a good pot of pasta sauce. A full bottle of red wine does wonders. Great flavor. The grind, it continues. And today's a little rough here for me, cause I have this big pasta sauce thing going, right? It's just on a slow simmer while I'm doing my stream. It is 95% humidity, over 30 Celsius today, and again, there's no AC or anything here, and I'm like I'm cooking. I have the stove going constantly. Like, oh, it's not great. In other words, it's not great. So if I get a little, I'm trying to, I don't think I'm stuffy today, although I'm not feeling the best, but, if I'm a little, like, if I get drained of my energy, if I'm a little meh, yeah, it's just, climate, but I'm trying. But anyway, I'm kind of on a thought train now with a bunch of things. Oh, hey, look at that, Goblin Digger. Hey, Digger. Oh, which that is such an interesting, just German colloquialism that I have learned. It's not in our region, but it's in a different region. It's just a common saying. Like Digger, as kind of a good, a friendo, right? I know it. I looked up the origin of that, and man, words are weird. Words are real weird. Apparently, that's like that little phrase is. It comes from like the word for thicker, right? Like to say someone's fat, right? And apparently. Calling your good friend fat is, in a specific region, that is a colloquial, friendly greeting, right? And so then that became Digga, and man, I do find language to be interesting. But it was a little jarring the first time hearing that. Oh, oh look, a fellow Pokemon master. Nomad Moogle. Oh, I don't see too many Taru Beastmasters. Not like, I've seen them every now and then, but not too many. I mean, I guess for Beastmaster, it really doesn't matter too much. It really don't matter all that much what your character race is. Oh, I love it to actually see it when the rabbit double attacks. It's always nice to see. And I just had a thought, wait, so Warrior gets double attack, right? So Warrior gets double attack, and then Thief gets triple attack. So a Warrior slash Thief, I would assume that they would have like their chance to double attack and then also their chance to triple attack. I don't know if those two things can combine, but I would imagine if you had both, and they were both just independently firing off every now and then, I feel like that'd be like a crazy hit chance, right? Like you'd be getting lots of extra attacks in. But I guess like the quote-unquote meta there would be to just use slash ninja, so you're just wielding two weapons, right? I don't know, but hey, Thief might be fun. Might be fun every now and then. And I should be commanding my pet. I've been neglecting that. Okay, EXP is at 18k. Oh. So, a little over 3k to go. Especially with EXP boosting, it does go fairly quick. I want to say it goes fairly alright. Okay, so especially with another Beastmaster here, I'm gonna start working my way over to the ruins there, and I'm gonna try fighting some Antikins, and maybe go down into the quicksand caves and see, I don't know, see how the murder is down there. Also, they're going with the tiger pet. I don't see too many people use the tiger, but I do know it is good. I know that. Yeah, they're all good. They're all good and special in their own way. I just use the rabbit because it's nice and cheap. I like cheap. Yeah, this xylophone. This xylophone. Ah, I see. Okay, can do... Well, yeah, a paralyze would be pretty nice. That'd be pretty good, I gotta say. I have been paralyzed by Roar many a time, so I know how effective that can be. Yeah, I think I need to get to that quicksand cave because the xylophone is driving me insane. Also, I was just thinking, sorry, the way my brain works, someone gets me thinking on a topic and then my brain keeps going back there. And I don't know, especially playing this, man, I really miss the PS2 era. I really miss that. It kind of felt like, I don't know, looking back on it, some of the best games I've ever played were on the PlayStation 2. And PS1 as well, but really PS2, especially, I mean, at the time, it felt very peak gaming even at the time. But looking back on it, like, yeah, no, there's a lot of amazing games there. And especially if you liked RPGs. RPGs, and I think especially the survival horror genre. Certainly there's been good games since and before, but like, I do feel like the survival horror genre got really, really good on the PlayStation 2. Well, of course you have the Silent Hills, but then I like the Siren games a lot. I really like Siren, the first one, especially. Even if it's bullshit hard, but that is half the fun. I know of Haunting Ground, but I haven't gotten around to playing it myself. Now that I have unlocked the secrets of emulation, although I gotta tweak it a bit, but I can play stuff like that now. And I would like to go and play Haunting Ground personally. I'd like to give that a good shot. Now, Siren, okay, the original Siren was scary on a very different level. It was scary because that game was hard. Like, it was really hard. Oh, sleep. So yeah, The first siren is, like, it is so easy to die. It's so easy to die. And you feel very defenseless most of the time. And if you die, you basically have to restart the whole level that you were on from the beginning. You could potentially be set back like a half hour or more if you were, like, you know, if you were really lost and slow, right? So half of the fear was like, oh god, I really don't want to do this level again. But the big problem with Siren, I guess it's not really it's not a problem, but it is a game design choice, right? The problem is they like it's a bit of a non-linear game, so like you have the Link navigator so you can go back and play levels, right? And some levels, they have prerequisites to unlock a certain path, like there's splitting paths, and to unlock some paths you have to go back to an earlier level and do some weird side thing, and then that will unlock something in a later level which will allow you to make progress. It's really easy to just get confused and lost with it. Psyops, Second Sight. That sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. I have to look that one up again sometime. And Siphon Filter. I had a friend that really liked that game, but for me, I overlooked it. It's something I might want to check out at some point, but I overlooked it at the time. I kind of dismissed it. There's a few games that I sort of dismissed at the time, and I kind of regret that. And nowadays I have, well, first off, I get lost in games like this very easily, so I have lots of more long-term games that I'm playing that don't really let me play other things too much. But also, I have a backlog of games I would like to play, right? And at this point, getting to anything is... oh god. Ooh, nice. These Antikins, they drop dark crystals, which that's good money right there. That's the big money right there. The goblins. The goblins kind of had trash loot. Like, the EXP was fine, and the guild was fine, but trash loot. So I think the thing is, I tend to go in like personal eras when it comes to games. So in the PS2 era, I was absolutely huge on survival horror. I sort of first discovered the genre in the PS2 era. Like, I didn't play the early Resident Evils or anything. I was a little bit young for that at the time. A little bit. I remember I rented Resident Evil 1 on the PlayStation, and I was too young for that. I remember as a kid when the opening sequence of RE2, you know, with the big truck and, you know, the crash and the zombies everywhere, and like I remember just freaking out, like, oh god, and like I actually was panicking because I was too young, right? Too young for that. But by the PS2 era, like, no, I was good for it. I was all in on the survival horror. Yeah, I'm sure it is the best, but like I was a little too young for that genre at the time, and like it was a little too intense for little me, and so I never really played the first couple RE games. The first Resident Evil game that I actually played through to completion was actually Resident Evil 5. That was my first proper RE game, and I know it's not the greatest, but I loved it. Like, I didn't like it as a horror game, but I liked it as more of a kind of dumb, over-the-top action game. I really liked it on that level. Like, I am by no means a genre purist, so I can enjoy a game even if it, like, breaks its genre. I can enjoy it still. Some people are a little, well, they don't share that thought when it comes to survival horror. Yeah, the first... Okay, so I have a bit of a weird relationship with with Silent Hill. So I only really got into the survival horror genre on the PS2, and a little bit late into its run. So, the first Silent Hill game that I ever played was 4. I played 4 first, and I really liked it. Like, it was unlike anything I had ever played at the time. And so, I played the hell out of Silent Hill 4, and I know for a lot of people, it's a bit of a controversial one in terms of whether it's good or not, but I love the 4th game. I absolutely love everything about it. Super fun to play for me. Yeah, 4 was The Room. It's very different, but you have to, like, imagine you never really played survival horror games before, and imagine it was your first dip into survival horror. So for me, it was great. I think it was a good intro to the genre. And I still really like it. But I played the games in reverse order. So I played 4, and then I played 3, because I was like, oh wait, this is the 4th game. There's more, right? And so then I went and got 3 and 2, and I played them in that order. And then a bit later on, I played Silent Hill 1 on the PlayStation 3's Virtual Console. So yeah, I kind of reverse ordered the Silent Hill games. So I have a bit of a strange, like, relation with the franchise. Yeah, the first 3 games are great. I would say my favorite is the 3rd game. The 3rd game is probably the Silent Hill game that I've put the most hours into replaying it, with all those extreme difficulty levels. But like after that, so I've seen some playthroughs of Shattered Memories, and it seems fine, but it's not really my type of game. It's very different in genre. I've seen Origins played, but I didn't have a PSP, so I like just watched a play of that. It did come out later for PS2, I think, but I didn't catch that. And then I did play Homecoming though. I played Homecoming, and I thought that as a video game it's fine, and it certainly has its moments. Like, it has its moments of good horror, but it was overall just kind of meh. And Downpour, I have not hands-on played. I also just watched that one played because I was a little disillusioned with the franchise at that point. But that one looks fine. Looks fine. Yeah, the 3rd one was that was Heather, which I really liked the character, and I thought the overall visuals of the game are really good. There's super strong visuals in the 3rd game, and the actual story is maybe a little weak, but the visuals are great. Like, the horror elements are great, and the gameplay is good. Like, really, really good gameplay, especially for the time. Also, oh, thanks, Garp. Just saw that. Which, anyone with XI in their name, as a warning, we don't just play Final Fantasy here, and, well, as you can see, we don't just talk about Final Fantasy either. I always like to put that warning out there, because I don't want people to ever be under the impression that I'm, like, you know, like, I am a Final Fantasy streamer. No. I stream it a lot, but I don't consider myself a Final Fantasy streamer. Yeah, there was a lot of good elements in The Room, but I feel like it didn't make the best use of them. Didn't make the best use of its elements. Like, you were trapped in the room, which was a neat idea. I liked how the room was in a different perspective than, like, the combat part of the game. The hauntings were really cool, and I actually really, really liked the concept that like you could look out the windows and the peephole of your door, and you could see that, like, the world is normal around you. Like, the world isn't in Silent Hill world, right? But your character cannot in any way interact with anything outside of his room. It's like he doesn't exist on the same plane, right? And that is a really cool concept that they could have done a lot with, especially things to kind of put you on edge and make you paranoid, right? Like, there are a very, very, very few moments where you can look out your window, and I know you can see the big bad Walter, right? You can, at some point, you can look out your window and see that he's just standing in one of the opposing buildings' rooms, and he's just kind of staring at you. But other than that, there's not a lot. Like, they don't play with the idea very much, and, you know, kind of a missed opportunity. Oh yeah, ringing the number on the billboard. I think you can actually get something out of that at some point too, I think. But yeah, I feel like they could have had a lot more of that, right? I think it would have made the room a better gimmick, right? If they did more with it. Like, really cool idea. It's just, yeah, they just squandered it, kinda. I think I would love to see a remake of The Room. I would really love to see a remake of that. Like, if you know, give it the Dead Space remake treatment, right? Also, my pet's poisoned, I think, but I'm gonna rest my health up and then go check out the quicksand caves. But real quick, I have to. I smell that delicious sauce again. I want to have it going for like 2 hours, so I'm gonna just get up real quick and stir my big pot of pasta sauce, make sure it's not burning. Every like 20-30 minutes I want to check on that. It'll only be like a minute, probably a few seconds probably. So real quick, I will be right back. Alright, the sauce goes very nicely. See, I try to multitask here, right? I got the stream going, but also I'm cooking at the same time. I want that good pasta tonight, alright? I want my good pasta. Alright. But yeah, I used to be kind of anti-remake, but I don't know, ever since I've seen stuff like the Dead Space remake and the RE4 remake, since and the Resident Evil remakes in general, I do have a bit more faith in the idea now. Like, if it's really a proper new thing, but just kind of, you know, like not just a remaster, right? Not just slap some new textures on there, and that's what remasters and stuff for video games, that's what it used to be, right? Like, oh, you can play the game in current year monitor resolutions, and oh, we upscaled the textures, and that's, to me, that is really not worth buying the same game I already own twice. It's really not. Or you'd have remakes that would just make the game objectively worse. But some of the remakes slash reimaginings that have been going on there, they're pretty good. So, yeah, I have a little more faith in the idea now. And I can think of a lot of games that definitely need the remake treatment, for one reason or another. Usually it's technical reasons, if we're being honest. Again, I would absolutely adore a Siren 1 remake, and not like Not like Blood Curse. I don't hate Blood Curse. I played it, and it was alright, but Siren Blood Curse was such a strange idea. It was just a strange idea, that's all I can say about it. Alright, let me see, what level of things have we gotten here? 59. 59 is a little bit high for me to comfortably EXP on. I want to say that's not gonna be comfy to fight, but I'll try and fight one. So let's kind of pull him back. So pull him back around here. You know, let's safely fight this guy, right? So a big, heavily armored Ant-Man. We'll see how this one goes, but I think these are a little too high for me to just lazily EXP on. But I don't know, when it comes to the PlayStation 2, to get back on my train of thought. So yeah, the horror games of that era, great stuff, but it was also a really good era for like the JRPG, right? The PlayStation 1 was as well, but I think like especially the PS2 had a lot of interesting titles, and it's got one of my favorite JRPGs, which is Star Ocean 3. Out of the whole franchise, I'd say 3 is the one I like the most. It's also the one I kinda hate the most too, because of the big, you know, the big plot twist, right? The plot twist that affects the entire franchise retroactively. That plot twist. That one. But other than that, and you know, I have come to accept it, that it's okay, and that, you know, it's fine, right? It's fine. But 3, overall I feel like it has the strongest narrative, the best characters, and just generally the best experience out of any of the franchise. Like Star Ocean 1 and 2 are okay, they're good, but yeah, the narrative to me not as strong as 3. And then the stuff that came after 3, 4 and 5, and the new one, which I haven't played yet, but I don't really have much interest in playing it at this point. Also, yeah, these are a little too high level for me to have comfy EXPing on. Like 146 EXP, but it almost killed my pet. So yeah, I can't EXP on that. It's not a good choice. So I'll stay up in the desert. But yeah, I don't know. The Star Ocean franchise, I feel like at this point in time, maybe that should just get the reboot treatment. I don't know. Maybe reboot Star Ocean at this point. The thing is, the big plot twist in the third Star Ocean game, like, it was so massive that all of the Star Ocean games that have come out since 3, they are all prequels to 3. Like, they're all set earlier in the timeline. Basically, the plot twist of 3 was so massive that it kind of means you can't really have more games in the series. Oh, nice. They're remaking the first one. I did actually like the first one a lot. In some ways more than the second. I actually never finished the second one. But the first one, I really loved that one. And I went back and played that after playing 3. But I feel like Star Ocean is a franchise that... I don't know, I don't want to say that Star Ocean is like like a tiny unknown thing. I don't want to say that, because it's not, but I feel like a lot of people who enjoy JRPGs have not played Star Ocean games. And I'm not sure why that is. For me, I really liked the third game. They all sort of do this, but I really felt it in the third game. The third Star Ocean, it really gives a strong feeling of a Star Trek Prime Directive episode, if you know what I mean, right? like you are the Federation spaceman, and you're going to these primitive planets, and oh, can't break the Prime Directive, and then shenanigans ensue. The thing is, those Prime Directives, the Prime Directive episodes of Star Trek are my favorite episodes of Star Trek. It's an interesting idea. So to have that in video game form, in JRPG form, I'm all about that. That is a plot thread that I can get on board with. Oh, the Suikoden's or pronunciation. I have never played one. That is on my list. It's on my list that keeps getting longer and longer and longer. But, well, I did play Secret of Mana. I played that. and well, I don't know, I think Secret of Mana is really one of the first times I remember, like, really getting into a JRPG. I'd played them before. I'd played a few games like, well, I'd played the first Dragon Quest, or it was called Dragon Warrior, on the NES. I played that and I loved it, but it was a little hard to get a grasp on, especially that young. Like, I was pretty young when I played that game. And there was a JRPG. I want to say it's probably, well, I guess there's Zelda, right? But it's one of the first, like, proper JRPG/action RPGs that I remember having, like, real plot and characters. Because, okay, yeah, Zelda, you know, Zelda wins for, like, first action RPG, right? But Crystallis, or Crystallis, that's like the first time I ever remember playing a game where, like, there were characters and a plot and like actual RPG mechanics. I think that's the first time I ever saw that. It's a super basic game, but I really liked it. Crystallis was great. You had these elemental swords that there were like 4 or 5 elemental swords that you'd collect as you go through the game, and each one, like, they have a charge attack that has special effects on the environment, and they were all like elemental themed swords, and you would get orbs and bracelets that would let you charge up higher and have more like environmental puzzle impact, right? It was a really cool idea. And there were tons of items that would give you special abilities to move around the game world. Like, you could get jumping boots, so oh, now your character can jump, and you can, like, jump over certain obstacles. And then you can ride a dolphin to swim around the ocean, and stuff like that. For the time, I feel like it was a very ambitious game for the time. You know, back on the NES, right? Most RPGs on the NES are incredibly basic. So hey, anybody doesn't know Crystallis and is willing to go back to games that old, like, oh, it's a good time. It's a legit good time. And it's sci-fi fantasy too. Like, it's a mostly fantasy setting game with magic and stuff, but technically it is a post-apocalyptic sci-fi story. Technically. Like, the game, when you open the game, it's like, in the year 1990X, the apocalypse happens. And, you know, the distant future of 1990X, right? and then somehow there were dinosaurs and monsters and magic, and somehow that happened afterwards, right? Well, let's see. I'm looking at more of these Alundra. God, I've heard that, but I have not hands-on. But Link to the Past, that's a clear one. Vandal, yeah, lots of names I've heard, but I have not hands-on gotten to experience. Oh yeah, the SNES had ActRaiser, true. The thing is, when it comes to RPGs or even just action RPGs, I really feel like the Super Nintendo that's kind of when you really got into games that are more like RPGs are now, right? With proper stories and characters and RPG mechanics, and I feel like the SNES is kind of when things, if you go back to it now, it feels more familiar, right? The NES has some of those games, but they are, like, even Crystallis, which I really like, and I think it was revolutionary for what it was. Like, it can feel very different than what a video game feels like today, right? But ActRaiser, I only played that much later. I actually played that for the first time on the stream, so it took me a while to get to that one. Where's my pet? Oh, there he is. Well, I guess I'm asleep for a whole minute, so I got time. I never had a Genesis. I mean, you know, in these days, anybody can have a Genesis, right? But I was a Nintendo kid, right? I was a Nintendo kid all the way up until the PlayStation, and then I never looked back. But I never got to experience the Sega consoles. Never got to. I had a friend with a Dreamcast, and I remember looking at some things on that, but I was not impressed. Oh, I want to move. I want to move! Alright, there we go. Ooh, nice! Not only did I get to move, I got a triple attack. Which, a triple attack with the scythe, that feels good. I think I really should upgrade my scythe. I did get my artifact axe, but it's only level 40. Like, that thing is worse than the weapons I have. So I think the artifact armor, I can just wear that, but the weapon, I'm gonna have to buy a new one. Oh, the Amiga. I never had that. There's a lot of interesting consoles that sort of came and went that I would love to play some of the games just to see how they are, right? Oh, got a chunk of iron ore. I wonder if that sells for anything. I know ore is in a bit of the demand. I think I've killed all the ants. Oh, no, I haven't. I know, VGFX, we're in xylophone country right now. The xylophone is strong here. Like, I can practically see the guy at the xylophone with his little mallet just slowly, you know, just tapping on it over and over. I can practically see it with the soundtrack. Oh, Man, at some point I need to get me an Amiga emulator and play some of the games, because again, there are whole systems that I've never touched any of the games for, and I would like to. I think the problem is I have a love of more long-form games, you know, like this, right? So I tend to get tied up on these kinds of games. And then there's just no time to play other stuff. Years ago, I used to do more just random games on the stream. I'd like to maybe do that some more. Like maybe set a day every now and then aside to just look at a variety of games, right? Because I love my long-form game, but it doesn't leave much wiggle room to just play whatever you want, right? Huh. The old Mach 3D. There's so many interesting just visual tricks of a lot of old games. I always love to see it. Alright, can my pet rest? Alright, let me get my health back. And where are we at? We're getting there. We're getting there. It's not too long now. It's less yeah, it's less than 2000 EXP to the next level. We're getting there. And then I want to try to get my fame up in Windurst. I'm hoping one trip with cornets will do it. Gotta get that teleport Mia. But real quick, while my character's just, you know, me and the pet are just resting, so yeah, let me take this opportunity to go stir the pasta sauce real quick. This pasta sauce, oh. But I will be enjoying it later. So okay, one sec. I will be right back, and then I'll get into it with my thoughts here. So one sec. Alright, I think I'll let that pasta go for like to the hour. I think I'll turn off the stove at the on the hour mark. It should be good enough. Oh, RPG Maker. I have played a few RPG Maker games, and they can be okay. The problem, the problem with RPG Maker is the games that most people make are they're not very good, to be truthful, but there's those few rare gems. What I always found funny is that I do feel like a bulk of RPG Maker games are not actually RPGs. People really like to make a horror games with RPG Maker, and I don't know, some of them can work, but I feel like a lot of the times it's not the proper place for that kind of thing. But again, I have played a few good ones. I think though there's maybe a glut of games where something just pops out and runs very quickly at you, and you have to hide somewhere, right? I mean, I guess technically that's not even necessarily an RPG Maker exclusive issue, but they tend to have a lot of those, and they do get repetitive. But I think in general that's maybe a problem with survival horror, right? yeah, that it's... I mean, to be fair, in Alien Isolation, you can fight back against some of the enemies. You can scare off the alien if you have the right tools. I'd say it's not the worst for that. It's really not. But to be honest, I kind of hate the type of survival horror game that for a while became really, really popular, and I feel like with things like the RE remakes and all that, it's only starting to go away. And that is the particular genre of survival horror where you cannot fight back. Like, there is no fighting the enemies, there's no warding the enemies off. There is only running and hiding. I'm not a fan of that type of survival horror, and I've had this... Look, we are such huge nerds that I've had this debate with my wife. We've had impassioned debates about this topic. She is a bit newer to games in general, and she really likes that genre of horror, right? The run and hide genre. And she thinks, oh, it's the most intense and scary. But I guess, here's my take. Well, yeah, I guess Clock Tower is a lot of running and hiding. True. Yeah, those games are lots of running and hiding. Very, very true. I'm also not the hugest Clock Tower fan, though. But, I guess here's the thing. When it comes to the actual, I don't know, the intensity and the fear factor, right? For me, I find that there is more intensity and fear if I know that fighting, like, if I know that the enemies aren't just these invincible, like, death hitboxes, right? If I know that I can actually attempt to fight or distract the enemies in some way, or to make them go away for a bit, at least. To me, knowing that it's a possibility, and that running might not always be what I should do, that makes it a little more intense to me. I guess to put it into better words, when all I can do is run and hide, well, anytime I see the monster, guess what? I know that all I need to do to get through it is run and hide, because that's all I can do. So if I run and hide, I know that everything will be fine. Because that's literally all you can do, right? Since your options are limited, you don't really you never second guess yourself, right? With Resident Evils or Silent Hills or things of that nature, because fighting is always a possibility, you are constantly wondering, should I fight this enemy? Is it a good idea to fight this enemy? Would it be better for my resources to run and hide or to fight? And so that bit of doubt, it kind of makes the situation more intense. At least for me. For me. I don't know that anyone agrees on that, but like, I don't know, I've only gotten frustrated, impatient, or annoyed with games that just let me run away or hide, right? Because then it just feels like, well, that's the answer to every... Like, the answer to every problem is run and hide, and if seeing an enemy and getting spotted by the enemy, if all that means is that I'm gonna spend the next 2 minutes running away and hiding, then it kind of... It feels tedious, right? It doesn't feel scary to me, just tedious. But if I know that, hey, I could put some bullets in that guy, maybe I got enough to stop it, maybe not, but I could try, right? And then I'm doing that little debate in my head of what's my best options, and then that gets me tense, right? that gets the panic going, because now I'm making all kinds of judgment calls in my head. But I don't know, that's just the way I look at it. Also, even though it's not necessarily pure survival horror, and it's on the PlayStation 1, I honestly found Dino Crisis to be one of the most intense survival horror games I've ever played. And I know it's not pure survival horror, right? But the dinosaurs in Dino Crisis, they are fast. They are fast, they hit like trucks. When they bite into you, you bleed out, right? And then you're just dripping blood everywhere, which is bad for multiple reasons. And they're like armored tanks. It takes so many shots to kill any of the dinosaurs in Dino Crisis that you are always weighing your options, and the gun is always the worst option. And the dinosaurs can follow you through rooms in that game too. Like zoning into the next room doesn't necessarily save you in that game. But I feel like Dino Crisis isn't really, it is by no means a pure survival horror experience. It's got some comedy even in there. But I found that running and hiding / fighting dinosaurs is it's actually rather intense. And yes, I know I can see the Jurassic Park comparisons. Even the game itself makes the Jurassic Park joke. All right, they're well aware of it. Oh, Manhunt. I actually want to play that. I own the games because I have an American Steam account, so I can, I have an American Steam and GOG account, so I can buy it. But that one I really want to play because here in Germany, you can't buy Manhunt 1. You can buy the second one, but the first one, that is on the no list. You can't buy that here. I've seen some of Manhunt though. I've seen a little bit of it, and I mean, I don't know. It is pretty extreme with the subject matter and how you kill how you kill people. But like, just because it's so old, the graphics don't really honestly, I have seen more gory games than Manhunt that have come out in more modern times. Like, modern games can get a hell of a lot more gory than Manhunt, and with actual realism to it, right? Like, the graphics of Manhunt do not allow it to be so graphic. Let's see, where to BST at 37? Well, yeah, that's close to 40, and I am not sure. So let me think. Well, okay, wait, actually, if you want to go for easier enemies, Kufum Island. I know that the giants and many of the enemies out on Kufum Island, many of the enemies are in the very low 30s. Like, they're around level 30, 31. I know that's what most of the giants are. So, yeah, fighting, look around Kufum Island, as long as it's not too populated, that is. But parties don't kill giants. Like, generally, parties don't go for the giants. Oh. What, the digger disappeared. Was he a ghost? Huh. But yeah, I'd say as long as it isn't too crowded, Kufum Island's a good place to EXP. Or, oh, the tower, actually, Delkfoot's Tower. There's actually quite a few enemies in Delkfoot's Tower that I think would be acceptable for a level 37. Like, just on that base entrance to the tower. And parties definitely don't go in the tower. I really should maybe, I need like a little notepad, and I need to make notes of leveling locations and stuff like that. I really should have like some kind of Final Fantasy journal, because yeah, as I move along, I tend to forget things I'd done before, and there are a lot of just, yeah, like places you might want to go at a certain level. There's lots of things that I might want to note down. Oh, Koroloka Tunnel. I actually haven't really been there very much. I only went to Koroloka Tunnel to get to Altepa and to do the ninja quest. But other than that, I actually haven't really explored the tunnel very much. I don't even know what all is in there. Ah, yeah, there are plenty leeches there, true. I mean, there's lots of leeches, there's tons of leeches out in Kufum, actually. I think they're the right level range for you. And, yeah, parties, I don't think, sometimes they do, but I don't think they generally go for the leeches. Parties tend to go for the crabs and the pugils. They don't tend to do the leeches. And also, if you're out around Kufum Island anyway, elementals might be a little too tough at 37, but I think you should be able to kill the skeletons and the ghosts that spawn at night. Again, those things drop really expensive spell scrolls. Like, you can easily rack up tens of thousands of gil in one night killing those things, so it's a profitable place if you're there anyway, right? Like, Kufum Island is where I made a lot of money at. That is kind of another thing to factor in, is as a Beastmaster soloing, it is a good idea to go for enemies that will also give you lots of money. That's why I'm fighting these Antikins now, because they drop dark crystals, which they sell for a lot, and they drop Antikin robes, which sell for a lot, and I can steal Mithril Beast coins. Again, they sell for a lot, right? The only thing about the ghosts, though, the only thing about the ghosts is they do have some nasty special abilities. The main nasty one is Curse, right? They can curse you and your pet, which, you know, that like cuts your health down. That's not even the bad part. The bad part is it cuts your run speed by half, so you're like walk speeding everywhere. That is torture. So, yeah, you might want to watch out for those. Oh yeah, Funguar for the Dark Crystal. Anything that drops Dark Crystals is a good choice. But maximizing your potential for fun and profit, always a good idea. Yeah, I have to say, out of all the status effects in this game, Curse is definitely one of my most hated status effects. And it's really just because it drops your run speed. Like, running is already really slow in this game. Going at half of that is... Like, at that point, it's like, just put a bullet in me, right? But I'm not even sure dying fixes it. Like, it takes a lot to get uncursed. Like, going in your Mog House doesn't cure curse. Oh, someone examined me. I didn't even see anybody. I find it a little strange, the ritual, the cultural tradition of just randomly examining strangers in this game. I very rarely examine other players, usually just if they're wearing something cool looking. But, yeah, like, I've never just sort of randomly examined someone. It's kind of strange to me when I get examined by, like, everybody that passes by me, and I don't quite get that. Also, I don't think I've been using my pet specials. I could at the very least use his healing carrot, right? Oh, look, we're almost there. Less than 1,000 EXP to go. We doing it. We doing it. Also, good God, with the pot of sauce boiling on the or simmer boiling on the stovetop, like right now the humidity in this room is 71%. It's actually raised the humidity in the room by quite a lot. It's raised the temperature too. It's suffering on the first floor of the house. I think I'll, I don't know, it's pretty close to the, like, 2 hours is about how long I would normally let it go, so it's been going about that long. I think when I kill this guy, I'm gonna have my pet rest, and I'm just gonna go flick the heat off, and that'll be good. Oh, how many robes have I got? 9 robes. I want to make sure, even if I level up, I want to get the full stack of robes. So they sell for good monies. Okay, can my pet rest, or is he... Okay, sometimes he's poisoned and he can't. Ants love to poison. Alright, give me 1 sec to just turn off the stove and end the suffering here. It's way too humid for that. So, 1 sec, a quick BRB. Alrighty, no more boiling sauce pot. It was honestly today it was making the house a bit unlivable to have it cooking that long, but it needed to be done. It had to be done because we need pasta for dinner. All right. I could dip back down into the quicksand caves, but I think, I mean, I learned my lesson that the enemies in there they're not comfortable for EXPing. Like, sure, I can kill them. I can kill them just fine. I'd say anything up to even level, I can kill it just fine. But, there is the factor of how, like, how comfortable it is to kill something. Like, what is the risk factor, and also how long it takes to kill something. And this is something that I've seen with EXP parties, actually, where they often don't get this. I think they're a little more conscious of it here on Horizon, but especially back in the day. Back in the day, EXP parties were really bad about this. Oh my god, it won't... I was hoping it would see me so it would stop, but it's not stopping. Hold up, oh my god, how... There we go. But, I have seen a lot of, like, just over the years, I've seen lots of experienced parties in this game where they will prioritize higher level fights that give the most EXP possible, and they will prioritize that over how efficiently the group can actually kill the enemies. And, you know, again, I don't demand max efficiency or anything like that. I'm okay being in a slow party. But what I've noticed is that oftentimes a party that cannot kill enemies in any sort of timely fashion, like, they can do it, but it's not timely. Like, oh, you get your big 200 EXP, but it took you like 10 minutes per fight, right, or whatever. Like, that is worse than if you killed weaker enemies for like 100 EXP, but in the same amount of time that it takes you to kill that one 200, you could kill, let's say, 3 enemies that only give 100, right? So it would be more efficient to kill the lower enemies, right? But a lot of parties just, like, they, again, they're not so guilty of it here, but I remember back in the day, and on some other private servers, they sort of demand the highest level possible, because it's max EXP, even if it's not. But again, that's a mentality that I saw more way back in the day. Funny enough, people used to be like that about City of Heroes too. Which I know, right, in a game like that, but in City of Heroes you'd have people who would only do missions as a team that were set for the absolute maximum brutal difficulty, right? Because it's the most XP. Even if everybody's dying all the time and the fights take forever, like, no, it's max EXP, and everything took forever to do it. I think some people get really caught up on the on-paper idea of something. Like, on paper, this is the best thing, but in practice, not so much, right? And they don't quite connect that. At some times, you just sort of have to work with what you've got. Okay, up to 21,082, only like 420 to go, right? Shouldn't be too bad. Now, the question is, do I want to pop an EXP ring for that? Do I? Well, I guess I do want the safety EXP. Maybe not the full safety EXP, but I do want to have some EXP into my level just as a, you know, a little bit of a safety net, right? I like having a nice, comfy safety net. Oh, also, I just realized I have no pet jugs, so when this pet dies, or if it just fades away, no replacement pet. So things, I mean, look, there are enemies I can charm here. Like, I could charm a beetle as a quick temporary pet, right? Or my sub is thief, so I could just zone into the quicksand caves. But yeah, I guess when this pet is out, I have to buy some more. But this pet's pretty fresh, so we should have time. Let me, can I just wiggle back here? Just sneak attack from inside of him. There we go. How many crystals have I got? I have like a stack and a half. And I just need one more Antikin robe. Just one more robe. Oh my god, look at how slow this pet is going. Look at that. The pet is walk speeding. The pet is RP walking. Alright, I definitely need to rest up. Definitely need it. I mean, well, how close am I? It doesn't matter how close I am. The pet needs to rest too. Since it's all I've got. Yeah, I'm gonna level up soon, so that'll refill me, but I should at least get out of the orange. At least do that. God, this xylophone unending is it's going to literally make me crazy. This is one, this is the only Horizon soundtrack that I don't like as much as the original, and it's really just because they go way too hard with the xylophone here. Like someone really, really likes their xylophone and they want to get as much use out of it as possible. But this is too much xylophone. To the point that it is annoying to my ears. I guess it's still not bad. It's not a bad soundtrack. It's just I don't like the xylophone very much. I'm anti-xylophone, I guess. A xylophonist. Or that would just be someone who plays the xylophone, right? a xylophobe? I don't know. Look, the triangle is a better instrument, okay? I wonder, is the triangle something that anybody plays professionally? Like, I don't think that's a thing. I don't know. Yeah, no, triangle's badass, alright? I could fight a Sabatender. Oh, it's too weak, actually. No, Sabatender is too low for me. A triangleist. Okay, look, as a kid, you know, as a little kid, when you have, like, music class, right? And you get your bucket of recorders to go around to the class that have all been dipped in bleach, because, yeah. I liked the triangle, okay? I always thought the triangle was really cool, because it's a triangle. Man, I think literally everybody had to play the recorder, right? That was like mandatory as a little kid with music class. It was like the one instrument everybody had to play. Oh, triple attack! I really love how that triple attack looks. Okay, I have a full stack of robes, so that's good. And I have a full stack of dark crystals. I mean, I'd sure like to get another full stack of dark crystals, but it's okay if I don't. It's okay if I don't. I can keep them in my storage and pull them out when I want to fight dark-themed enemies again. Also, while we're kind of... Sorry, we jump around a lot, but going back to... I don't know, I like the topic, right, of RPGs, and... So, I don't know, I'm not sure what the general consensus is. I think it leans towards that it's bad, but I have a fondness, personally, for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I know that it's not like a... It's not a quote-unquote real Final Fantasy game, but I actually really liked it as a kid. And I know that it's super basic. It has that feeling of being baby's first RPG, right? But I don't know. It's a very colorful game. Yeah, the story is super light. So were a lot of games back then. Not everything was Chrono Trigger, right? And I actually really liked how in the battles the enemies would kind of they had multiple graphics depending on how injured they were. So like if you were fighting like, I don't know, a monster with horns, as they get beat up, they'll look more angry and their horns will break, right? Like the JPEG will change. Which is something that the Final Fantasy games of the time didn't even do, right? Like they didn't even do that. But I think the big takeaways that I had from Mystic Quest was there were a lot of environmental puzzles, which is something Final Fantasy games of the time didn't really do. Like you get abilities to kind of jump around or to remove blockers in the levels. Like there was some environmental puzzle stuff going on. And while the fights and all that, like the actual RPG mechanics. Oh hey, level up, hold up. Dance too. My victory dance. So while the fights were super basic, I don't know, like the music for the fights was goddamn amazing. Like Mystic Quest had great music. Some rockin' soundtracks there. Like literally rockin'. Huh, Sea of Stars. I hadn't... Again, I don't keep up, but I'll have to look that one up. Many things I'll have to look up after the stream. But I guess I was just kind of bringing up Chrono Trigger, because I would say that Chrono Trigger is really one of the first proper RPGs that had a more in-depth look at story and characters, and it really felt like an epic journey too on top of that. Most RPGs up until Chrono Trigger, they were basically as complicated as you are the warrior of light slash the crystal slash the dragon slash whatever MacGuffin of the week, right? Save our fantasy kingdom and win the princess. Like, that was kind of as deep as most RPGs went. Not all, but most of them up until that point. And you didn't really get like interesting epic stories, big adventures, right? Again, there's some exceptions, but not many. And to me, Chrono Trigger really felt like an epic, even more so than something like Secret of Mana, which I remember that also standing out to me at the time. But you know, not all RPGs were that, right? Also, I am a sucker for a good time travel story. I'm a real sucker for a good time travel story. Actually, hold up. Just so that I don't forget about it, also real quick. 23,000 EXP to the next level. I don't care what no one says, I still think that is not bad. It's really not bad, especially now that I know about the weekly stuff that'll just give me like 10k, right? Between that and my EXP band, it's like, what, 20,000 bonus EXP per week. That's like even 40k to level up. That ain't so bad. It might take me a while to level up, and you know, without the bonuses, but it's fine. Oh, 3-player Secret of Mana. Oh. Okay, so another real quick. I really wish that I could even 2-player Secret of Mana with someone again. I did that way back in the day when I was a kid, right? And it was so much fun. So the wife is a bit newer to, like, she's younger than me. So she's a bit further along in the video game timeline. And like, she grew up with stuff kind of from the PS2 era and onwards, right? So to her, like, the old school nostalgic and those old good graphics is like PlayStation 2, right? And things like the NES or the SNES, you know, the bit consoles, she has a real hard time with that. Like, visually, she doesn't like that. So I tried to play Secret of Mana with her, to, you know, like, hey, let's have a good fun co-op, right? It's a great RPG, and she couldn't do it. Like, the look of the game, the look and the sound, she couldn't stand it. It's like, this is just, it's just bleep bloops and and strange colors on my screen. I can't handle it, and it made me so sad. But I do get it. I guess I get it if you didn't grow up with that kind of thing. But it made me sad. But real quick, let me look up Sea of Stars. I just want to look it up and make note of that, so that I can come back to it another time. Ooh, I'm looking at some screenshots here, and I like what I'm seeing. I really like what I am seeing. That looks very classic in a good way. Like, classic but really clean, right? Really, really clean. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure my wife would actually like a game like that looks like that. The thing is, she does play some games of that style that are more new. She loves Stardew Valley, right? And I actually don't like the look of Stardew Valley, but she doesn't have any problem with how that looks or sounds. But she can't play actual old school 8 or 16-bit games, and I guess maybe the reason is that modern games that are made in that style, they do use the same type of look and sound, but they are much more high quality in visual fidelity and sound quality, right? So I guess that's the difference, because yeah, to be honest, old games can be really rough around the edges to a modern eye. I can get that. But yeah, I will definitely look into Sea of Stars more later. It looks very much like my thing. Also, sorry if I'm getting a little extra distracted and rambly. Again, it is, man, the climate is absolutely horrible here, and because I just spent like 2 hours simmering a pot of sauce, I have made the air quality a lot worse in here, so I'm not doing great if I seem more distracted, but I'm toughing it out. More interface. So, okay. Oh god, there's something I can show you all in a second that I think really shows the difference an interface can make. I saved a screenshot of something, but I kind of like old school clunky interfaces. Like, for me, there is a certain charm to a clunky, big, bulky interface to a game. There's something really fun about that. But I know that a lot of people hate that. They can't stand it. But I do get it. A good polished interface is nice. Though I find that I don't like the interface of a lot of modern games, actually. And the reason is because lots of modern games, I think of The Sims 4, right? I really like the interface of The Sims 1, 2, 3, but then you get to 4, and it looks like a smartphone app. It is a common thing with modern games where everything looks like it belongs on a smartphone, right? It's hard to describe the exact look, but you know what I mean, right? And whenever I see that, I am immediately put off. Like, I am not interested. A good stylistic interface, like, it needs to be clean, it needs to be polished, but a good styled interface, I think there is so much value in that. So much. I think maybe the problem with that sort of sleek, slick smartphone app look is that it's maybe too clean. Like, it's too clean, it's too generic. It looks like nothing, right? It looks like it has no style. That might be my issue with that. Ugh. But you know what I'd love? I would really love a more modern and also polished Final Fantasy Tactics-esque game. I really love that. Would love it so much. Oh my god, I was hoping I could get the kill before it did Sleepga. And now I'm asleep for a whole minute. I'll take my punishment. Hey, while I'm asleep, while I'm sleeping, I can take this time to show what I wanted to show about interfaces. I have a JPEG on my PC. Hold up, let me make sure I can pop it up. I can pop it up on OBS. One sec. Add. Okay, I'm in OBS. Add image. Add image. Image 8. Sure. Show things. We'll call it that. So where is it? Where'd I put it? Here we go. Yeah. So this right here, this was the interface for the original EverQuest. The original interface for the original EverQuest. Look at that and weep, right? This is how I played EverQuest back in 2000. Look at that interface. The interface is half of the goddamn screen. Like you're playing the game in a tiny little square, and then like everything around it, right? And if you wanted to meditate to rest up your MP, you had to open your spellbook, and that would pop open a big-ass book in that square. So then your whole screen is just interface. So, but you know what? You know what? As terrible as that is, I kind of like it. Alright. Ugh. I kind of like a big bulky ass interface like that. It feels, I don't know, it feels like you're at like a terminal, some sci-fi terminal, and you're twisting knobs and pulling levers, right? I kind of like that. Yeah, no, not all old games were that clunky. There's a lot of very smooth old games too, but then some of them were like that. I don't know. I just like a good stylized interface. I really do. Yeah, I personally loved EverQuest myself. I mean, for MMOs, I started with Ultima, but EverQuest, even though, to be honest, I didn't play it that much. I've played other games much more over the years, but EverQuest always stands out in my memory, for one reason or another. It left a lasting impression. We'll say that. Yeah, I will admit I have a hard time with, like, Atari games. I actually have an Atari emulator, and I've tried, but it's hard. For me, most Atari games they all feel the same to me. They just feel the same. And they're super simplified, right? Like, so here's the thing, I can go back right now, and I could boot up the original Super Mario Bros. On the NES, and I could play it from beginning to end and have a blast, right? That's a super simple game. It looks simple, it plays simple. I mean, it's basically just running and jumping, right? But it's not Atari simple, right? There's still things you can get into. Oh my god. Oh my god, Babbages. I remember Babbages. I remember that. Oh. Man, that's taken me way back. Though, I guess I was a lot younger, because I feel like Babbages stopped being a thing when I got, like when I was a teenager at some point. Or maybe they persisted, I don't know. The one in our town closed down. Yeah, like, I'm trying to think, like, around 98, 99, I mean, I would have been like 10 or 11 years old. I still feel like an old man all the time. I'm gonna be honest, because video games, I'm very passionate about them. I felt like an old man when it comes to video games since I was like maybe in my mid-20s, really. I think a couple, like 10 years or so ago, that's when I started feeling like video games were just kind of going past me, you know? Like I'm not really the target audience anymore. I don't know. There's still plenty of games that come out that do feel like what I want, but like I don't know. Hey, a modern game that has a ton of depth to it. Hey, I like me some RimWorld, right? Even though technically it is just sort of a sci-fi version and streamlined down of Dwarf Fortress, which I struggle to wrap my head around Dwarf Fortress, but I like RimWorld. Hey, that's really complex and interesting and modern, right? But it's also not like it is not a current AAA game, right? It's an indie thing. I guess what I should refine my statement to say is that, like, the big names, right? Like your Nintendos, your Square Enixes, your big name developers and publishers. I really don't feel like the games they make are things I'm interested in anymore, or very rarely, very rarely. Oh, hold on, there we go. Had to get my coin. A little awkward. Like, back in the day, I felt like new games were coming out all the time. Like, big new games were always coming out. That, yeah, like, they interested me a lot. They played to my interests, right? And I guess my hope back in the day... So, I've always been big on RPGs. I mean, obviously, as a kid, I was more action-oriented, but I've always liked RPGs, some strategy. I like simulation games, too. I've played, like, every SimCity, Civ game, stuff like that, right? And I think when I was young, my hope was that the direction that games were going in was more complexity, right? Like going from playing SimCity on the Super Nintendo to playing SimCity 2000, and then SimCity 3000, which I liked, and other games like it. It felt like things were getting more intricate, more in-depth, more complex, and I thought as things went forward, we'd get like, oh man, it's gonna be so crazy, all the processing, all the complex things you can do, but that's not really how games went. Games went a more cinematic approach. And hey, I'm also a film guy. I like cinema, but I feel like at a certain point the idea became to make games more like movies, which to me is kind of a backstep. It's like if films came out and it's like, man, we could make films more like books, right? Like that would be a step backwards in terms of like what you can do with a medium, right? But making games look nicer and kind of appeal more to emotion, that's the direction video games went in. Actually making them simpler, like less complicated, but more film-like. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not how I thought things would go, you know? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure the technology is getting better, but as far as the, like, to the end user, like, what a game is being made for and who it's being made for, yeah, it's not really going the direction I thought it was gonna go. It's really not. Like, okay, AI in games is a great one, which, hey, AI is getting better now, but it's still not really being used for video games. Like, most video games, the AI in most games is still incredibly basic and sometimes literally not even there. There's still games where every encounter is like 100% scripted and there is no AI, right? Like that hasn't really gotten better, even though the technology certainly has. It's just not being applied because I guess people figure it's not fun or there's no need to do that, right? Gamers don't want that, they want movies. Now, again, I know that I can come off harsh. It's my whole problem where I have a hard time formatting my words, right? But, I don't hate movie games. I love me a good David Cage game. I love that man. He is terrible at making video games, but they are so entertaining to play, right? You can laugh all the way along. But, I guess, I don't know, I wish it isn't the direction games went to be more cinematic. I would take a game that looks terrible but has all kinds of crazy, intricate, complex systems and AI and all that, right? I'd be down for that. I don't need the graphics. I only need a little graphics so that I don't have to totally use my imagination, right? But that's all. Well, yeah, a lot of games are just kind of you know, deadlines, all that good stuff. I get it, but oh, hold up, doorbell. Ooh, for a second there, I was worried that it's like, oh no, the neighbors are gonna come over and say, you're being too loud, stop Englishing all over the place. But no, it's a package of coffee. I ordered some coffee yesterday, actually. There's a really good coffee roastery, and I ordered a big box of coffee, like 2 kilos of coffee. And I thought that was gonna take a while, but no, damn, here already. Nice. Oh god, my health. I just noticed my health is dangerously low. Dangerously low. Okay, actually, I'm gonna tell my pet to kill that guy. Pet kill, and I'm gonna just like... I am gonna park myself a little bit further back, and I'm gonna rest while the pet is fighting. I'm gonna lazy Beastmaster this one. But yeah, I've noticed that. So I think maybe part of the problem is, or at least what I've noticed is, there has been a lot less focus on the features, all the cool things and systems of a game, and there's more focus on sort of the hype and the flash around a game, right? Like, I think Cyberpunk is a good example of this, and I don't think Cyberpunk is a bad game. Oh, sorry. I've played Cyberpunk 2077 after it got some fixes, and it's alright. But it could have been a lot better. But I think about how that game was presented, right? And yeah, initially there was a lot of feature talk, but then that sort of changed, and it became, let's wheel out some celebrity, and let's put on this big flashy show, and let's try to hype people on it, right? And to me, that's not really how games should be presented. That's how you would present like a summer blockbuster, right? That's not how you should present a video game. Like, to be fair, this isn't new. Even back in the day, you would get this, right? Like, there was some PlayStation game that featured, like, Bruce Willis voice acting, right? And it just became about that, and the game was terrible. But, I feel like, yeah, like, hyping people up like they're going to a summer blockbuster should not be the way. Yeah, no. See, a lot of people are purely on the hate train of Cyberpunk, and no, I thought it was a fun experience. I think it could have been 100% better. There could have been so much more depth and complexity, and, like, it could have been a proper cyberpunk life sim almost, right? But you know, that was kind of what we were sold for a while. But that's not what you get. But what you do get is alright. It is an alright thing. Although I feel like it's also paced badly, too. Yeah, need that monorail. The funny thing is, though, I got a lot of bad bugs when I played, and I played the game more recently after it had supposedly been fixed, right? And so when you know, when you get past the intro section of the game, and you have that sort of montage, the montage, right, and the welcome to the city. So when I got that, literally every NPC was like half naked and T-pose floating everywhere, right? So imagine the badass intro music and all that, as every NPC is just like naked T-posing everywhere. So I got a lot of bugs that kind of took me out of the game, right? And the unfortunate thing is, now whenever I think of that intro, I think of the music kicking in and then all that bullshit, right? All the bugs. But it was still fun. It was still a fun time. Oh man, I only need 2 more mithril coins to make a full stack, and oh, that'd be like 11k. Even if I get my safety EXP first, I kind of want to just stay to get, you know, to get the full stack of coins. Oh man, I gotta update my game. I know there was some stuff added in the last few months, but so I got the game through GOG so that I fully own it, right? The problem with that is that the game doesn't really, as far as I can see, it doesn't update on its own. So I have to like manually download the patches and install them in order to update my game, and that is a bit frustrating. A little bit frustrating. Oh, just passing through. Hey there. Good afternoon. I'm melting. I am currently melting. It's a great day. Oh yeah, I know there's like a DLC for Cyberpunk coming. When that I'll play it, I guess. I will wait till it's on sale. See, here's the thing. With any modern game, my philosophy is I might be excited for it, but I will wait for a couple of months after it comes out, and I'll grab it up when it's on like a half-off sale, and then I'll play it and enjoy it. And really, I feel like you get a better gameplay experience that way, right? Because, well, you know how people who initially bought Cyberpunk felt about it, right? I had a much even though I got a lot of bugs, I had a much smoother experience when I played, like, a year later, right? So I think I'll probably get the better experience waiting, and I'll save some money, too. I like that. I'm down for that. Ooh, I just noticed the wife is pulling up. The wife's pulling up. So I don't know if we are good to continue. I'm not sure. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flee to the zone exit, and alright, so I'm fleeing to the zone exit. My pet might disappear too. I don't know how long it's been out. So, okay, we zone over. I'll rest myself and the pet. Okay. I think I'm pretty safe here. Oh, I don't need to rest, so I'll... Okay. Just hang it here. And I will need to take a moment just to see where we're at, if I need to make her anything, like the lunch, right? Although right now it is so hot in here, I don't want to cook anything. I don't want to cook nothing right now. But, I'll see... One sec. Quick AFK. Alright, so since I made this pasta sauce, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Since I made this pasta sauce, it's been going for 2 hours. The wife wants pasta for lunch, so I need a minute. I got some water boiling. I have to. We have like 3 blocks of cheese. I need to grate some cheese and get this started, but it shouldn't take too long, and I can just set a timer and she can get her pasta when it's good to go. So I always hate to do it, but we're gonna have to take a slightly extended AFK, like a few minutes. I always feel really, really bad about it, but life interjects every now and then. So I will totally understand if you want to dip out, but give me 5 to 10 minutes. It's gonna take a little bit. I get that done, and then I'll be good till dinner time. All right, I'll be good till I have to do dinner, which will be a few more hours. Um, yeah, the heat. I'm like I hate turning the oven back on. Turning the oven back on is not a fun proposition. All right. um, like that is gonna make it even more humid and hot in here. But actually, man, I was kind of waiting on the water kettle. So actually, once that's in, it's only like 3 minutes to cook the pasta. So actually, filling time here is kind of shortening the time I have to away. It's kind of doing that. But all right, if you can tough it out for a few minutes, I will be back and we'll get back to it. Although I'm pretty sure my pet might despawn on me, so we might be done with the grind, but we'll see. So BRB, try not to panic. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. We should be good for a few hours. I see my pet has not died on me. That's good, because it's my last one. So, alright. Hopping back in. Let me see. Okay, I'm very surprised. Surprised so many stuck around. I always feel very bad to dip out for a few minutes. I know that it happens, but it'll never stop feeling bad. Alright, well, I guess while I'm down here, while I kind of escaped off to the quicksand cave, I guess I could try and fight something down here again. Try my luck with that. I'm a level higher than I was last time. Let's see if that one level advantage is enough to make this a little less painful. Let's see about that. Oh, I didn't notice these big dudes. They can double attack. Also, me personally, oh yeah, I did it again. I had like a late breakfast because I was a little full this morning from the ordered out food last night. But I did forget to eat lunch again. I completely forgot to eat lunch again. And right now I can't stand to turn on that oven or to turn on the stove for. I can't do it. Not till tonight. It'll be easier tonight because you know, it gets dark and it's not as hot. But not even to feed myself. I can't turn that thing on again. Alright, I do want to try and steal from this guy. I'm not sure if it's actually effective. I don't know if it actually does anything, but I try and only steal when the enemy's pretty low on HP. It may or may not have an effect, but yeah. I'll take every little chance I can get. 140 EXP. That is good EXP, it is, but I'm pretty sure I could have killed at least 2 enemies in the amount of time it took me to kill that one guy. I'm pretty sure. That would make that 140 a lot less impressive. That's I think some people can wonder, like, well, you're a Beastmaster, you could even fight even level enemies. You could do that, but I mean, I could do a lot of things, but it's kind of a matter of how quickly I could do that and how safely too, right? These are still safe, but it's not quick. It would be better, and not just for EXP, it'd be better for my money to kill easier enemies too. That is something to factor in when you fight easy enemies. There is the whole speed EXP thing, but there's also you're killing a lot of them, right? Like, to level up killing easies, you gotta slaughter hundreds, thousands of them. And when Thief is your sub job, that means you are gonna get so much money. Like, that's how I have as much gil as I do. I kind of combine farming with EXP. I combine the two together. I'll be a little sad when I eventually level up some more of my sub jobs. It always feels a little bit bad, right? The only one that feels kind of good is Thief / Beastmaster. That feels good. It's basically the same thing as this, except I hit harder, right? But when I have to level up Warrior, because I do want to level up Warrior as a sub job, when I have to do that, When I have to do that, it's not gonna... like, I'll be warrior slash beastmaster. Or if I'm in a party... Actually, wait, what will I... Warrior ninja. I'll be warrior ninja. But either way, I won't have thief in there. No thief, no treasure hunter, no guild bonus, no steal. Think of all the mithril beast coins I'll be missing out on. I'll be a little sad about that. Also, I just remembered, since the wife is home and I'm trying to control that volume, I have my fan slash filter on next to me. I'm gonna turn that off so I can hear better. Alright, I can properly hear both my own voice and the room around me. I'll really miss that air circulation. I will really miss that air circulation, but we're gonna deal with it. To be fair, it does also gets a little annoying to have like a loud kind of almost vacuum of sound in your left ear all the time. Yeah, it gets a little annoying. So it is a little nice to have it off, even if I suffer a bit because of it. Also, I did not time my pet, so at some point this pet is just going to poof on me, and that could get a little messy. It could get a little bit messy. There are beetles here that I can charm. Like, charming beetles will help. That could be a distraction maneuver, right? But it will get rough when the pet just pops away. I'm not sure why I came out here with so few pets, actually. I guess I just didn't think about it. Alright, how's my items looking? So, I am one dark crystal away. One dark crystal away from a full stack. The Antican robes, I don't, that's okay. I can sell 3 individual ones, but I'm just like too shy of a stack of mithril coins. I guess mithril coins, pretty much any beastman that I kill is gonna drop mithril coins, so I guess I could... Wait, I'm not crazy, right? There he is. They're wandering a lot. But I guess any beastman I kill will drop mithril coins, so I guess I can hold on to them and I'll get my full stack eventually, but I always have that feeling like I gotta complete my stacks before I'm allowed to leave, right? I'm not allowed to leave till I complete my stacks. I know, it would be better if I just leave, get more pets, and come back and, like that would be okay too. But no, I can't leave. So I'm not sure if these Sagittariuses have, I'm not sure if they have the coins or not. Let me check that, actually. Okay, a quick Google search says that, yes, Sagittariuses, they do in fact drop coins when you steal from them. They do in fact do that. So not everything does. Like with the goblins, right? The goblin diggers, you can steal pickaxes from them. The poachers, you steal completely worthless crossbow bolts from them. Like that is just worthless. So not all beastmen of the same family drop mithril coins. They do have a little variety there. Yeah, no coin. I think I'm not gonna get a full stack of coins this time around. Pretty sure I'm not. but I will get a lot of Antiken robes that I can sell. Those will sell real nice. How's the EXP? So if I have 2,300 EXP, I could theoretically die and not get de-leveled. So I guess that's what I'm shooting for, right? I'm shooting for that. Oh, come on, look at this. Look at this. Alright, if I can run ahead of it, there we go. I find that when enemies are just sort of randomly pathfinding around, it's like they're a little further forward than they appear to be, a little bit. I'm gonna have my pet Wild Carrot. I'm gonna use more of my pet's, more of his ready moves on Wild Carrot just so that he doesn't have to rest, because I feel like he's probably gonna disappear soon. And when he disappears, things might get rough, but well, we'll see. Again, my game plan is if I can't fight back, like if I and a charmed pet can't kill the enemy that I'm fighting, and the pet just disappears in combat, I will. So if the charm doesn't, if that's not enough, I have flee, so I could just flee into the quicksand cave. That's not the most graceful way to do it, but it would work, right? It would work. Oh, there we go. Respawns. Also, as a total aside, I never really noticed, I guess I never looked that close at them, but the ant people, they don't have eyes, yet they detect by, no, they detect by sound. They detect by sound. Yeah, they only have the feelers, right? They have feelers where their eyeballs should be. But that makes me ask a lot of questions about how their culture even works. Like, okay, so like all the ant people, they're all wearing these sort of cowls, right? And they have very decorative, like very decorative patterns on them. But if they can't, like if they don't have eyeballs, then they don't see that, right? Like, okay, I'm assuming they see by kind of hearing the world around them, right? But they can't actually, like, they can't see the patterns on the things they're wearing, right? You need eyeballs for that. So I sort of, you know, I have to ask the question of why. I mean, why do they even bother, right? Like, why do they even bother making fancy clothing if they can't see it? I have questions. And I guess a further question, but this is a deeper Final Fantasy question. Why, like, okay, other beastmen. So, the orcs and Quadovs I get. The Yagudo, I mean, they don't even bother with clothing. But, the goblins. Why, so, at least from this Final Fantasy onward, like, FF14 is the same way. Goblins are fully, like, they are fully covered in suits. Almost fully covered. Their ears usually stick out. But, for the most part, they're basically wearing hazmat suits, right? They're like the Volus from Mass Effect. And I've always wondered what the deal with that is, because I don't think the atmosphere is poison to them, right? I don't think. Ah, I see, okay. I do roughly know a little bit of the backstory, which is that this is kind of, like, this whole continent we're on, it's the Galka homeland, right? But I don't really know much more other than that. I know it's Galka homeland, and that's about all I know. Okay, pet is resting. I'm gonna recover my health. Have I gotten my safety EXP? Almost. So I guess it makes more sense if they're basically just stealing the Galka stuff, right? That would make sense. But I do still have questions about goblins. Because, okay, like, most of the goblins, well, some of them have, like, the leather ones, they have... Their masks kind of look like filtration masks, right? So, okay, we might be going with the whole air is poison for them theory, right? But the metal goblins, the ones in armor suits, like metal armor suits, their masks, they don't have the same, like, filter look, right? So I don't think it's a poison air thing. I guess I've never quite understood why the goblins in both Final Fantasy MMOs, why they just have to wear suits all the time. And the thing is, I guess you could say, oh, you never see their faces, so you don't know what's under there, right? You don't know what could be under there. But we do know. We do know what's under there, because we've played earlier Final Fantasy games. Like, in the earlier Final Fantasy games, there's like 2 different variants of what a goblin can look like. One of them is sort of a more, I don't know, wild boar, fuzzy-ish looking goblin, right? And then the other is more stereotypical green, pointy-faced goblin, right? The ones in this game seem to be that type of goblin, so I would just assume that's what they look like under the mask, but it feels like they try to have some air of mystery about it in the Final Fantasy MMOs, and I've never quite understood that. Again, it's not a Volus in Mass Effect situation. It's not that. Or, well, I guess other masked race in Mass Effect. The Quarians, that'd be, I guess, the bigger mystery, right? But the Volus too, you can't forget about them. Oh yeah, oh god, the armored goblins, they do... It does kind of look like they have a pointed codpiece. It does look like that's... Yeah. Also, there goes my pet, so... Alright, who controls this region? Let me check. I could go back to the outpost. It's Windurst. So, okay, let me equip my warp cudgel, and I didn't get my safety EXP. I almost got it, but not quite. I did get my 2 stacks of dark crystals, so I'll take that. I have a stack and a half of Antiken robes. I'm not sure if I want to hold on to the other stack or just sell them individually. I'm not sure. Also, let me warp out before I get in trouble. But yeah, I do get that it's kind of, you know, they're supposed to be more mysterious and they're more technological. I guess I get it, I do, but it's still a little weird because we know what Final Fantasy goblins look like from the earlier games. But I would say, yeah, the codpiece is the bigger... That is the bigger mystery, if you will. The more girthy mystery in this whole equation. Alright, so let me get my cell on, and then I guess I wanted to get I wanted to boost my faction standing up with Windurst. I really wanted to do that. So first off, how's our sales status going? Oh, my lanterns haven't sold yet. I put my trilobites up for sale too, and those... Yeah, nobody's buying. But how about the lanterns? When's the last time anyone bought them? So the last time anyone bought a lantern was a few days ago. So, I guess the Tonberry robes, those sold really well. They sold for like 15k a stack, and I sold several stacks. The robes, they sold perfectly. The mithril coins I stole, great. But it looks like the lanterns aren't really a popular item. They do seem to sell, but very rarely. Very, very rarely. It seems like more people want the individual lanterns, actually. Yeah, if you look, more people seem to want to buy individual ones, and also the price is kind of dropping out here. The price is bottoming out a little. So, okay, let me rethink how I want to sell my lanterns. Also, I have crystals to put up for sale. So, okay. Just that sly undercut. But crystals usually sell pretty fast. Those things usually sell in the time it takes me to go from the auction house to my Mog house. It's like 3,300, so yeah, we'll go a little under that. I just want my goodies to sell. Because I need to buy some things. I actually have to buy something for once. So I found one iron ore. It kinda sells, kinda. It's hard to get a good read on exactly what it's worth, so I'll go 650. The Antican robes, they bounce. Man, that is a lot of price difference there. Mostly 10k, but then there's that 15k, there's that 9,100. It kind of bounces around. I guess I'll go like a little under 10,000. And I don't know, do I want to continue killing Anticans sometime? They are pretty good EXP and money. They are. I mean, I just figured iron ore is good for crafting, right? I figured that's the main use of it, but I guess other uses too. So I don't know, this ranges between 500 and 600, so... But I guess the main thing is I need to figure how I want to sell my lanterns, right? So these lanterns have devalued, so I will devalue them further. It kind of seems like people only want individual lanterns. I mean, every now and then they do buy stacks of lanterns, it looks like, but it seems to be a very rare thing for them to do that. I don't know, I'll put mine up for sale, but significantly less, since the price overall seems to be, the overall price seems to be going down. So I'll sell for lower. At this point, I just have to get rid of it, right? Okay, anything else I want to sell? I'm holding on to my coins. Yeah, I don't know. I'll hold on to the coins and the robes, and I'll try to sell those another time. The goblin armor and mask, I don't know, I might want to break those down. I can't break the masks yet, but I can actually reliably break down goblin armor. I can get some crafting mats from that. So I'll hold on to it. Alright, so, main thing I need to do. I wanted to do the Teleport Mia quest. I really wanted to. But I need higher Windurst fame. Now, higher Windurst fame means the cornet quest, right? There's a quest to turn in cornets. How much do cornets cost right now? I'm not sure it's cornet or coronet. I've been a while. Cornet. So cornets are selling for 850 each. I know for a fact you can get them much cheaper in Bastock. So I'm gonna go to Bastock for that one. Also, since I did say I can in fact break it, I can break them down. Let's break those armors real quick. Break that armor down. God, I love how this looks. It looks like I'm doing some arcane magics here, but it's just crafting, right? It's just crafting. I know that this is very, very basic, but I kind of prefer how synthesis looks here compared to how it looks in FF14. Like, yeah, in 14, I guess you could say it's more realistic, but it's synthesis, not crafting, right? Like, you're using magic rocks to make items. You don't need a little crafting, a little baby's crafting bench. You don't need that, right? Just do the thing. Just use the crystal. Okay, so I burned through all my crystals. Got a little cotton thread. And these armors and masks, I guess, do I want to hold on to the masks? Oh, hey, look, there is a fully tricked out Beastmaster right there. I do want that armor. I do wants it. I do wants it. Like, the stats aren't really anything amazing, but I like the look of it. Though I would maybe mix and match it a little bit. So, okay, the rotting meat is not really worth anything. I don't know, I'm just gonna get rid of the fire crystals for now, clear it out of my inventory. Oh, you can sell these. They don't sell good. They really don't sell good. I found an iron arrow. I found that. Okay, that's all I want to sell for right now. Then I guess the only other thing is, yeah, if I want to hold on to some things or if I want to just sell them off. I do have 5 goblin masks. The thing is, they're not a high-level thing to break down. If I can get my leatherworking skill, if I can get it up a few levels, then I could graduate to breaking goblin masks. And while they're not too expensive, I could buy them. If I just had some goblin masks, it would make that more convenient. So I think I'll hold on to it. I think I'll do that. Alright, then I guess game plan here is go to the Mog House, check my storage. For what I'm about to do, I need as much inventory space as I can possibly have. So I'm gonna just put, like, I'm gonna unload everything into my storage. Everything that isn't completely essential, which isn't really much, I don't think. And then I'm gonna load up on cornets in Bastock, and I'm gonna carry them on over to Windurst. And I have to think about what is the best way to do that, actually. I guess we'll ride the airship to Bastock. Pretty easy to get to the market and buy the cornets. Then, I guess then teleport back to, like, equip Black Mage as the main or the sub, warp back to Juno, and then in Juno, well, I guess we ride the airship, right? We're gonna take 2 airship rides, I guess. Okay. That works. That does work. So, main job. Actually, why not? Main job, White Mage. Sub job, Black Mage. that should still let me warp, right? Like, wait, what's my black mage level? 17, okay. I can still warp just fine. Okay, good. That works. Checking the old Mog house. Huh, what did I sell that was worth so much? Okay, my poison flask. I kind of lost track of what I had up for sale. Ah, yes, the Oliphant. Right. I found that rare kind of instrument on that one named monster. Right, the one that took me forever to kill. Okay, I'll take my 10k. Some fire crystal. I told you, right? I told you, those dark crystals, they literally sold in the time it took me to walk from the auction house to my Mog house. Crystals are awesome. Okay, so now I'm already up to 1.5 mil. Yeah, I'm trying to think, what are dark crystals even used for? Like, what makes them so popular? I know they're a little trickier to get than some of the other crystals, but I'm not sure what craft is associated with them. Like, for me, I mainly use wind and lightning crystals. I find a lot of recipes use that, a lot of desynthesis stuff, right? Oh, okay. The old leather craft. I thought that was mostly earth crystals, but I guess all the crafts kind of dip into multiple crystals. But I do think part of the reason they are so expensive is, yeah, I guess the early ones are Funguar enemies. They're a good early source of dark crystals. There's a lot of low-level Funguars that nobody's fighting. Like they're not like they're easy. They're easy to fight. And then I guess later on, well, there's a couple of enemies that drop dark crystals, but well, at my level range, right, the Antikins. There's a lot of reason to fight Antikins. They have good loot. So it kind of, you know, it works out there. But also, wait, Tonberries. Are Tonberries, I killed so many of them, right? But I'm trying to think, like, did those Tonberries drop dark crystals? I forget. It's funny, I killed a bunch of them, but I just, yeah. I guess I've already forgotten. Okay, I use the Mog Satchel as my kind of temporary storage. So I don't need my invis items, I don't need the warp cudgel, I'll be warping myself. The goblin stuff, yeah, deposit that. We're going down to the port district, right? So we can actually deposit our seals while we're down there. That'll work out. My cotton, my beast coins, my robes. Oh, I'm currently wearing my EXP ring. I'm currently wearing that. Oh, my inventory. Okay. And then the seals I'll get rid of down in the port. So, okay, my storage is almost clean. Almost clean. Ah, okay. Huh. I guess I don't know too much on, like, what the... I'm not super familiar with what makes what, so... But I do know everyone wants their Shihai. Also, hey there, wings. Pig wings. When pigs fly. But, oh yeah, the forest, Yugner Forest. There's a lot of Well, there's a lot of things in that forest that actually have, yeah, if you're killing them for money while you're EXPing, there is a lot of good stuff there. I'm trying to think if I've ever been to the area. I looked it up, like where it connects, and I don't think I've ever been to Carpenter's Landing. I'm not even sure what's there. Also, no, I don't want to go to Sandy. I want to trade with this man. So, take my seals. Alright, up to 1,172. And take my kindred seal. Only got 4 of those. Only 4 of those. Oh, I will wave. I love how they're like wearing almost the same thing as me. I like that. Oh, alright. But anyway, we're off to Bastok. Off to Bastok. Oh, cameo! Cameo! Okay, let's go on down. I need to make my way to Bastok and buy a bunch of instruments. I feel like there has to be some other interesting or easily repeatable Windurst quest, right? But the only thing I've really found as a good, relatively cheap and reliable means of getting fame in Windurst, the only thing I've really found is the cornet quest, right? It's the only one I really found. Oh, I didn't know there's like a barge in the landing. I think I've seen that on the fishing wiki. Like, when I was looking through the fishing wiki, I saw mentions of a barge, but I'd never been there, so I wasn't sure what that was all about. Also, man, we gotta wait 8 minutes. 8 whole minutes. Ugh. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm at a level where I can catch anything. Like, I don't think I can fish for anything that would actually give me EXP here. Like, you can't catch blue tails here, right? That's, Kufum Island you can catch blue tails, but I don't think you can get them here. Oh yeah, there are a few low-end quests, right? There's a few low-level, non-repeatable quests in Windurst for reputation. But I'm thinking about, there's not really a good equivalent to, or maybe this is the equivalent to, the quest for that one guy. I forget what it's called, but you know the one in Selbina, right? You give him, there's a couple items, Million Corn is usually the one people go with, but you just give him a bunch of cheap items and it raises your reputation with both Sandoria and Bastok. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of that quest, but there isn't like an equivalent of that in Mara, I don't think, that would raise your rep with 2 different factions at once, easily. Ooh, I wasn't aware of a bird feather or silk thread one. I wasn't aware of that one. I do know the 2-leaf bud thing, but the problem with that is it's a rare item. You can only have one at a time, and so that would make repeated turn-ins a little tedious. But let me look up. Let me. You know, we got time, right? We got time. So let me hold up. Let me just pop a chair here, since I'm waiting on my ride. So okay. What is the Windurst bird feather quest? So Windurst bird feather. I wonder if this will work out. I guess if I look up bird feather, it would... Teacher's pet. So, Windurst Reputation 1, you need a bird feather and a 2-leaf Mandragora bud. The 2-leaf bud would be the tricky thing. Because, yeah, it's EX, so you can't have more than one, right? And it's non-tradable, so you can't just buy them. Like, that's kind of the issue. To compare it to the quest in Selbina, like, all the dude wants is... he just wants a bunch of common items that you can buy from NPCs for a very little amount of money. Because he gives you money too, it offsets itself, right? And the Cornet quest for Windurst, I guess that's kind of the equivalent. The problem is you can only buy the things in Bestock. Like, you can only cheaply buy them in Bestock, so then you have to get them from Bestock to Windurst, right? And I guess technically you could make the same argument for the Selbina quest, but I feel like getting to Selbina is actually quicker than going from 2 major cities, right? Like, going from major city to major city is a little bit more time consuming than just like buying something in one town and then warping out to the outpost that's right in front of Selbina, right? So I kind of feel like Windurst might not have an equivalent of that. But let's see. What is the Silk Thread quest? I know Silk Thread is in pretty high demand for crafting. Like, I know that's a thing you can sell to people who are I guess cloth crafting, right? So what do we got? There's 2 quests, but one of them is Creepy Crawlies. So it's repeatable, 600 gil reward, takes 3 silk thread or 3 crawler calculus. Huh. Okay. That might be viable. So our crawler calculus... okay, crawler calculus, you can just buy that. It's a... what is it under? It's under... Misc. If crawler calculus isn't too expensive, that might be a good alternative. That might be a good alternative. Like, it's something that I could buy in Windurst, right? Yeah, I guess for me right now, I'm just looking at things that I could either buy cheaply off the auction house, or I could farm them too, but like, where I'm at in the game and with the money I have, I feel like it would be a better use of my time to find an item I can buy cheaply and quickly and just turn it in, right? But wait, I don't know. I've kind of committed to getting the cornets now. I guess, how many minutes do I have to wait on this boat? Let's check that. But I did not know about the crawler calculus quest. I don't think those should sell for too much. They're kind of a trash item. But the boat for Bestock is just a minute off. So, okay, for right now, since the boat is almost here, I'm gonna go to Bestock and I'm gonna get 40 cornets, and hopefully that will give me the fame I need to do the teleport Mia quest. The thing is, I know that I have already done a few quests for Windurst. Like, I've done a few quests for Windurst already, so I should have some fame already, but I don't have enough for the quest. I think that 40 cornets would probably do it. Probably. Yeah, true, yeah, doing the cornet run will... It'll get me enough fame to at least open up more quests, at the very least, if it doesn't get me enough for Teleport Mia. It's only a little annoying because buying the cornets off the auction house, that is a little too expensive. A little too costly. But to cheaply buy them in Bestock and then get them to Windurst like that, it's more that's a little tedious, right? It's a little annoying, but it's okay. The Star Onion quest. That's I think I might have done those quests on another server. Is that the one for all the annoying little Windurst children? The less I have to help them, the better. But I do remember there's some decent items you get out of that. Like, I remember some decent items. Yeah, they actually give some okay rewards, some neat little accessories. Wait, can I? I was thinking, oh, can I actually go up top, like here? No, not yet. Alright, well, we are waiting again. It will be a day of some waiting. But yeah, some good quest ideas though. They're like, I know there are a lot of quests in this game that I do not know about. So I'm always open to kind of finding and figuring out more. The Creepy Crawlies quest for the crawler calculus, like that one I'm gonna look up how much crawler calculus is for a stack. So if the cornet run that I'm making is not enough, then I will try that one.
Oh yeah.
The wife came.
If you tell me that this tomato sauce is borderline too spicy for you again, we need to get my taste buds checked out.
I put what were the peppers?
Habaneros.
So I put 4 habaneros into the thing. 4, which is more than I've ever put. Like, the air is spicy right now. Man.
Meanwhile, my experience. Having had a full plate with the tomato sauce. This is a nice tasting tomato sauce, but it's not particularly spicy.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I make food spicy. I do. Well, physically the temperature went up from that too. And the humidity. But no, like the air, yeah, the air is spicy. The air is spicy.
Also, was a monster here today?
No silver cat. None. But he was here yesterday.
Yes.
Our silver cat is kind of selectively coming home right now. But he tends to not go out for longer than 4 days at a time.
3.
And even then...
He's never been out for 4 days.
Yeah, even then, he might be coming back around while we're sleeping. I don't know.
No, I don't think so, because I'm sure he'd wake you up.
No, true. He comes in meowing.
Loudly.
Yeah.
Particularly if he hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. So no, if he came home in the middle of the night, you would wake up.
No. I miss my silver cat already. Oh. But
You don't even let him jump up on your desk.
oh, man, I love the... Oh, I'm trying down here. I got my fan off and everything. Man, I like this view here. Like, I know that it's sort of a scale model. I know that it is an illusion, right? But I appreciate it all the same. Whenever I hop on an airship and I get to just look at the world as we go by. Everything is there. Like, all the regions are there. you can look out here and you can tell like, okay, that's Gustaberg down here, right? I can see Bastock tucked in over there. You can tell what everything is. But it really reminds me of having, you know, the world maps in, particularly in Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. Those are my favorite world maps in a Final Fantasy, or really anything. Can I take this moment, can I take this special moment as we're just waiting on the airship, to say how much I love world maps that you physically traverse across? Not you open a map menu and you select where you want to go, and not an actual open world where you can just go wherever, but like a kind of scale model world map that you can physically traverse across, and every location in the game has like a representation on the map that you run into. I feel like that is, it's sort of something that fell out of fashion, right? I think it fell out of fashion when games could just make an open world that you can just, you know, it's just open, right? But I actually kind of prefer the style choice of a world map. I like how it looks and how it feels, and especially the ones like, I mean, obviously the like NES, SNES games did that, but and I like the good 2D look to that. But the PlayStation 1 RPGs, right? They had some good world maps, some good 3D world maps. I think 8 was probably my favorite. FF8, favorite world map. Man, Esther, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's just it's really fallen out of style. Every now and then I'll see it in an indie game. Every now and then, but it's an increasingly rare thing. And I kind of hate that Final Fantasy games don't do it anymore. Like 10, I remember when I played FF10, and I like the game. It's fun. But I remember feeling so incredibly disappointed when you get the airship and all it really does is it opens up a map menu, right? I remember so much disappointment there. I mean, technically, you get to physically walk from one end of the world in that game to the other, but so I guess that's why they didn't feel the need to make a world map. But I don't know. I was always disappointed. And then the same in Final Fantasy 12. It's been a while since I played 12, but I think in FF12 they also just had a map menu, right? They didn't, like, not a proper world map. Although that game was also very open, and you could physically travel across the different regions. But I don't know. I like a good world map. I've only encountered a few people who would agree with me, I'll admit. Right, on this one, not too many agree. But me personally, there's just something about that style choice that makes it, I don't know, it feels really cozy. It feels really cozy to have a world map like that. Alright. I just want to check these guys. They always sell interesting goodies. Like the main thing is the wait, Kaiser. Huh. Oh, cosmetics. Oh, it's furniture. Huh. Empress Cosmetics. I know that's a German. All right, but the copper ore, like this is really cheap copper ore, right? Like 10 gil. If I wanted to do something with that, this would be the place to buy it, right? I'd say same goes for the ash logs and the Moko grass. You need Moko grass for some early crafts. So if I ever need that stuff, I guess the border shops or the customs shops, they're the place to go. Ah, nice. I know a lot of shops can run out, like the guild shops. Yeah, the guilds run out of stuff. I gotta be honest, the guild shops need some kind of they need some kind of reworking because they don't feel good. They really don't feel good. Also, I'm very curious to see what will happen when that airship tries to pull out. A lot of servers, the drawbridge is completely broken. But it looks like the drawbridge is working as intended, it looks like. Yeah, working as intended, huh? I've played on a few private servers for this game, and most of them, they either leave the drawbridge up or down all the time, and they just have it so that, like, when you approach the drawbridge, you just get teleported from one side to the other. A lot of private servers cannot figure out how to get the drawbridge to go up and down in a way that looks right. So kudos here to the Horizon team. If only we didn't get left behind when the boats pull out, then it'd be perfect. Oh yeah, elevators too. Yeah, elevators are broken on a lot of private servers. It's just stuff like that, I guess, is more it's more complex to code and to figure out how it should work properly. And it's not unique to this game. Like in EverQuest emulators, a lot of them don't know how to make the boats work. They don't know how to make the elevators work. It's one of those common things that are hard, I guess. Alright, so once in the Mog House, I can just pop on out to the markets. I'm here for my cornets. My cornettos. Yeah, I would figure that. Like, I mean, hell, it's something that modern games still struggle with. Oh wow, they got a nice display here in the stock. Little glitchy, but looks neat. Okay, so I need to go down here. Ah, right. And go this way. But yeah, even modern games. Okay, Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV, they don't have any, like, there's no boats or nothing like that. There's none of that. In FF14, there are a lot of sections in that game where it seems like you are moving, like it seems like you are on an elevator or something like that. But fun little thing, right? Whenever you're on you're in a boss fight with a boat, like the Leviathan fight in FF14, or you're riding an elevator in a dungeon or something, pay really close attention to the environment around you, and you can actually see that they're doing a bit of an optical illusion. So you are not moving. They actually got around the need to program, like, the physics of that by having it be an illusion. So when you're on an elevator or a boat, the scenery is moving around you rather than you actually moving. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how they do it in this game too, with the boats. The difference being that this game has a little bit of a section, like there's a few things where parts are actually moving. In FF14, there are no moving parts. They opted to just not even try. But they are very good at masking it, so you think you're moving, but you're not. They're very, very good at masking the illusion. Oh yeah, ladders and yeah, that kind of stuff is hard, just in general, but it's really fun to me when games, they sort of go the long route to create an illusion of movement instead of actually having you move or having moving parts, right? I can only think of a few, like, especially MMOs, I can only think of a few where things are actually in motion and you're moving with it or whatever. Most MMOs go the cheap route and they just make it an illusion. Alright, so cornets cost 233 gil, so they're not, you know, they're not super cheap, considering how many of them I have to buy. Now, I should be able to make a macro to trade these, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I can make a cornet trade macro. I forget how exactly that's supposed to be formatted. I think, is it maybe just item? Like /item cornet target? Or I forget if there's a specific trade command? I forget. But I know you can make like a quick trade macro for this kind of stuff. Oh, so many cornets. When am I gonna fill up? I guess I do have 40 inventory slots, right? God, so many. Unfortunately, I will get some of my money back. Okay, inventory full. I have a full inventory of cornets. Alright, warp me out. I'm done in Bestock. I think I'm done in Bestock. Okay, it's like I thought. I thought that was it, but I wasn't 100% sure. I could just make I could make that macro right now. Let's get down to the docks first, right? If I have a chance of not missing the boat, I'd like to get there in a timely fashion. But I think to go back to moving parts in an MMO, I think about, I don't know, I guess the first example I ever saw of that, I mean, technically Ultima Online, you know, it had boats and stuff, but that is a 2D game, so I think they had a lot less variables to worry about. But, EverQuest, right? I remember the boats in EverQuest, they can be really, really finicky. Like, those boats can do some wacky things in EverQuest. It's very easy to just get thrown off of them. Like, they'll turn around, and you just fall, right? Like, if you're standing on the edge. So you kind of have to stand in the dead center of the boat at all times, or else you risk, like, just falling when the boat makes a sharp turn. And then there's things like the elevators in EverQuest. There's not too many elevators, but there's stuff like the Wood Elf City, Kilethin, and yeah, it has those tree platforms, and you have to ride the elevators to get up to them. And for the most part, they work fine, but like it is really easy to kind of, if you move around too much, it's very easy to glitch out and just fall through the platform. Alright, we gotta wait 6 minutes again. 6 whole minutes. So, pop that chair out. I'll use the time to make a quick macro. Wait, why do I have my thief macro equipped? Why is my thief macro? Okay, so cornets. So I made a macro to use that custom top. but, cornet. Okay, so I have a dedicated cornet trading macro. Oh, hey there. Hey there, cringe. Man, just installed 2 days ago and you're already at 22. Man, you're just speeding along. I think pretty much at level 20, most people move on to Kufim Island. That's where most people... Okay, so they either go to Kufim Island, or they hang around the dunes and they level sync down to around 25 or so. But I think most people, they try to get a Kufim Island party at 20. Which, when you say new player, I guess new player just to Horizon, or new player to Final Fantasy in general. Because it's mostly the same for grouping here. Mostly the same. Oh, I've never actually had any good parties in like the Highlands or the Plateau. I had one party that killed... they killed things in the Highlands very briefly, just because one party member was a little too low level. But no one really seems to want to do those. I know the problem of not playing the game for like a decade. I've been doing private servers for a few years now. I still consider myself to be a perma-noob, since there's so much I haven't done. But I know the feeling of being a bit fish out of water. But yeah, the good thing is they do have a level sync here. It's with some restrictions, but if you're finding you're in a weird level place, making it kind of clear that you're willing to sink down, that can help. Like, look, me, I will sink down to level 10 if someone wants to play with me. I'll do it. Let's duo in King Ron Pear's tomb. But, yeah, I find the main issue for me is I play during EU hours, and that's not... I think the majority of the player base is NA, so the timing is just a little off. Alright, just waiting on my boat. Waiting on my airship. Yeah, I do need to level White Mage up a little more. I need to do that. I am wondering if it would have been faster, since, you know, I have Thief, I have Flee, right? I am wondering if it would have been faster to just outpost teleport, like, right outside of Windurst. Use Flee, that would get me pretty much to Windurst, and then I'd have to navigate the city to get to the... I think that might have been faster. Honestly, that probably would have been faster, but see, I've hit that sunk cost fallacy now, right? I paid my 200 gil, I've been sitting here waiting for a few minutes, and it's only going to be a few more minutes till the airship gets here. So at this point, I'm kind of in for a penny, in for a pound when it comes for waiting to the airship to get here. That old problem. Like, even if it would be faster, even now, I paid my money, and I've been waiting, and if I leave now, all that would have been wasted, right? Oh, also, I didn't say hey. Hey to Sankyo. But, yeah, I'm getting the sunk cost. Sorry, I'm tripping up my words because I'm so hot and sweaty. It's terrible today. But yeah, I'm getting it bad, and I am gonna sit here and wait for that airship to come in. Even if literally it would be faster to get out of here and teleport there now. I'm in it. I can't stop now. If I leave, I'm gonna waste the 200 whole gil that I put down for this airship ticket. That's 200 whole gil. The thing is, right now it is way hotter and more humid outside than it is inside. Like, keeping those windows closed is actually kind of helping. We have the windows open in the morning to kind of air it out, but yeah, it's worse outside than inside. There's not really much wind going on either. And I can't do the fan because volume reasons. When I have the fan on next to me, it makes it really hard to judge my volume, because it's just like you have air blasting in your ear, right? So I kind of have to tough it out. Rig. See, I'm doing this to get Teleport Mia right now. I'm doing it for that. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna, like, be a teleport taxi. I'm not sure how much I really want to do that, but I kind of just like having the option, right? I like having options open to me. Yeah, hold up. Since I'm just waiting, we're literally waiting on this airship to take off and get to Windurst. So let me just see. I can check what is our current. What's the current temperature outside here right now, and the humidity. Humidity is important. So okay. So the heat right now is, yeah, we're going over 30 Celsius. There's a storm warning going on. So let me pop open the map here and see what our humidity is for the general region. Oh, it's gone down. It's gone down. We're only somewhere in the 80%. Somewhere in the 80% of humidity right now. It was 95% humidity earlier. Oh, it's getting better. It's getting better. Well, I don't think the storm is really going to help with the humidity. I mean, it's going to help with the temperature, but it's only going to make things more wet, right? But I welcome the cooling effect of a storm. I welcome that. But it is a little frustrating that it is so stuffy. It's generally just hard to breathe here, and not really a whole lot we can do about it. Oh, awesome. You just got off Horizon, man. 19 monk. A monkey. I see. At some point, you know what? At some point, maybe I will have to play monk just to see what it's all about. Maybe I will have to try being a karate man. The thing is, even in the single-player Final Fantasy games, I never really liked monk. Even in the single-player games. I don't know, maybe I just got something against Kung Fu, I don't know. And Germany, that's where we're at. We're down in the southwest region near France. We can literally just go and, you know, hit supermarkets in France because they're cheap. Like, no, we're not gonna go to France for what, landmarks, tours? No, they got cheap supermarkets. Man, the idea of monk in this game getting expensive is crazy to me, because when I think monk, I think of like the unarmored, no weapon guy, but I guess you do in fact use weapons as a monk in this game. Like, monks do have hand weapons in this, and they are supposed to use them. I'm not sure if this is still true or not, but what I remember about Final Fantasy XI is that when you create your character, if you start the game as a monk, they don't give you a starting weapon. I seem to recall that being a thing. So, if you start the game as a monk, you're just in for a bad time. Because, like, they're unhanded, it's better than other classes, but it's not good still. Yeah, man, I kind of feel like, I feel bad for people that started as a monk, right? Like, back in the day, and they were probably just wondering, like, why is this game so hard? I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? Oh god, man, so many words, like items I don't understand. I'm a poor noob. Well, I guess not poor anymore, but still a noob. I consider myself a noob still. Also, I just to kind of to go back to the summoner at heart, because I did see that, and I don't know, I really like the idea of summoner. It's super flashy, right? Like, back in the day, I remember wanting to play summoner so bad just because they got all those cool avatars, right? And I do like the avatar fights, the solo ones. They're really fun as sort of a personal challenge, right? But I don't know, I've kind of fallen out of love with summoner. It's flashy, it's cool, I like the idea of it, but I don't think the actual gameplay is quite what I want. Wait, what is there to math about monk? I mean, more so than other classes, right? Like, what, like, more than other classes, what makes them very math heavy? You're trying the ghosts, huh? Again, I figure those might be a little tough, even if you're higher level than them, they might be a little tough. Because they have all those nasty special abilities, like really nasty ones. But I'd say the skeletons, right? The basic skeleton enemies around Kufum at night, those are probably more doable for you. And they still drop they drop scrolls of Tractor, which sells for a few thousand gil. Alright, we've arrived in Windurst, finally. Now, okay, Windurst has those teleporters, right? They added teleporters here, but I'm not 100% sure where the teleporters are exactly, and where they go to and from. I'm not sure if there's a teleporter that goes to Windurst Waters? Or is this Waters? This is Port Windurst. That's Waters. That's Woods. What's the one in the top right then? What's the northeast one? Huh. Ah, okay, far from Mog houses. I'm thinking the quickest way for me to get to where I have to turn these cornets in, it's probably to just go to the Mog house, and then from the Mog house switch areas to the correct area. Because the Mog house is right here. Okay, so I know about the one near the fishing guild, but I was thinking if there's any other ones, but I don't know. I think where I zone into Windurst, probably the Mog House is the best way to go. Wait, so E7 at E7. That'd be a E7. Yeah, the thing is, like, the amount of distance I'd have to go to get to him, yeah, probably I can just go to the Mog House. I did the Mog quest, so I can change zones from in there. I will have to familiarize myself more with where those teleporters are at. Also, has any more of my junk sold yet? I have a lot of junk up for sale. Oh, it has not. That's sad. But also, Jimmy, I do know that a lot of how you damage and all of that, it's sort of like it's a relative thing, right? It's not just get your number higher, although I mean at the end of the day, I guess get number higher is that's the order of business, right? But it's more about like relative to the enemy that you're fighting. And I would guess maybe there's some diminishing return from how big the difference is, but I'm not sure. I guess I could kind of see that if you are super into fine-tuning. Me, I don't think I'm gonna get that deep. Okay, so you got Windurst Waters, Woods, Walls. Doing the Mog House quest was the one for Juno was a little bit wasted. Like I think honestly there really didn't need to be a Mog House exit quest for Juno. But for all the other places, I cannot recommend enough. Best side quest early on ever. Being able to just kind of teleport around town from your Mog House is very nice. It's something I never knew about back in the day. I actually only learned about the Mog House thing. I only learned about it a few months ago on Horizon. I went that long not knowing it was a thing. Okay, so the guy I have to go to, he's in one of these buildings. I think it's Yoran Oran. I think it's his house. I think. So I'm hoping that 40 cornets is going to be enough to get me up to where I gotta go. And I guess I'll just pop on over to the next zone and check out the... It's not the Fisher's Guild, it's right next to the cooking guild. It's right next to that. But that's where the Teleport Mia quest starts, and I guess I'm gonna do that. I think I have time. We're getting a little late on, but I think we have time for that. And hey there, Burn. So normally I like to kind of cap my streams off with another game. That's sort of my format. I start with one thing, do that for most of the stream, and then we kind of end out with something else. But I would really like to get my Teleport Mia quest done. I'd really like to get it done. So I think we'll just stick with this and carry on and keep on questing. I think I wasted a little more time than I would like with just getting the cornets and getting to Windurst. That took a lot of waiting. Okay, so I think this is where the cornet quest is, I think. Already people here. That sheep head. So, okay, if I trade him cornet... this is worthy of further investigation. Indeedy thee. If you happen upon... Wait, if you happen upon thee and... Uponeth thee? I'm not sure how he's supposed to say that. Any more items such as these, please be sure to bringeth thee them to me. I'm not sure what his speech is supposed to be. But okay. So now I use my trade macro. Oh god, it's a little unwieldy, but oh god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is gonna sound terrible for you all. I didn't even think about that. It is gonna sound so bad if there's multiple of these things going off in a row. Yeah. Oh god. I didn't even think about that. The faster I do it, the worse it sounds. Oh no. Oh no. Look, this is what we have to do. Alright? Oh god, I'm messing up my macro. I gotta do this for this quest. Yeah, it sort of becomes its own soundtrack after a while. Hold up, how far along are we? We're more than halfway there. We're more than halfway there. Endurance run, tough it out. Oh god. I really wish you could just turn them all in at once. I really wish you could just do that. I think everyone wishes you could just do that. If this doesn't get me the fame that I need... Yeah, exactly, Burn. This right here is why most games have a give all. Okay, the torture is over. You can turn your volume back on. The torture is done. So I guess the good part of this. The good part is these cornets cost like 289 gil each, right? And turning them in, I got 200 back. So I did lose some money, but I did not lose nearly, not nearly as much money as I could have lost. Could have lost a lot more. If I had just bought these on the auction house, I would have paid over 800 gil for each one. That would have been a major loss. Also, I get a little congested again. Damn this humidity. Okay, so now we can maybe do the real quest over here. The reason why I turned all those in was so that I could take on the Teleport Mia quest. Oh yeah, I have no idea what it takes to craft a cornet. I always just figure, well, you can just buy them, right? Okay, so the NPC is it's an elf priest. They always stand out, and he's up on the second floor of the tavern inn thing over here. All right, so fingers crossed. Do I get the quest or not? Also, I have to look up a walkthrough for the quest, too. Alright, hey there, Gantonu. He's a friar from Sandoria. No quest. No quest. Alright, well, man, 40 cornets didn't do it. 40 cornets didn't even do it. I guess my, I guess my Windurst fame really is bad. Wow. Alright, okay, let me look up some, let me look some quests up, so, well, I don't need max fame, I just need enough fame to get the Teleport Mia quest. I don't think it's that much fame required. Though let me look, okay, let me look some things up real quick. So, FF11, Teleport Mia. Let me see how much fame do I need exactly. Acting in good faith. You need Windurst Reputation 4. So it is actually a couple of ranks up there, but it's not that bad. Okay, so that's like 65 cornets, so I only have 40 inventory space. Alright, well let me see. FF11, it's like what, Star Onion? So let me see what I have to do for that quest. Okay, the Star Onion Brigade, or SOB. So what is the first quest in that line? Is it the Justice Badge? Is that the first one? Truth, Justice, and the Onion Way. That looks like, okay, that's the first one. So I will need a Rarab Tail. And is that an item I can just buy? Can I just buy that? Regional merchants do sell that. Someone at G5, does Windurst control their own region right now? They do, okay. So there's a regional merchant I can buy that at? In Windurst Waters G5. Behu Fehu. So I think that's all I need, right? The Rarab Tail. Okay, near the North Gate. Alright. I do quests for fame. The quest in Selbina to raise your fame with both Sandoria and Bastok, I've done those a lot. Like, I have done that quest a whole bunch. I do it whenever I can. But I just don't really have any... I don't have much standing with Windurst. Okay, so I guess they're all the way up at the... Yeah, they're gonna be all the way up here. Oh, it's on... No, it's not. That leads down there. I was like, oh, is it on the map? No. Well, I mean, how much... It's not like... Gil is not a problem. I just want to do it quick. Alright, nice and quick. 24 gil, I'll take it. So I only need one Rarab Tail, right? Okay, got my tail. So this quest begins in Port Windurst, which is the zone to the south, right? It's one zone south. So we need to talk to Colo Lacolo in Port Windurst at G5. Now, one thing I've always been really curious about. So when it comes to the fame you get from quests, is there a weight to that, or are all quests basically worth the same amount of fame? It's something that I don't think is ever really made clear in the game. Like, is some random repeatable, is that worth the same as, like, an actual non-repeatable normal quest, right? Or, like, is there some kind of weighting scale to them? Honestly, I've never been able to figure that out. If the unique quests, like if they give more fame than the repeatables, then I could see doing them. But if they give the same amount, then really it is quicker just to you know, spam a repeatable, right? Okay, well, so they're at least worth more than a cornet. Alright. One that I was interested in is the crawler, the crawler quest that needs crawler calculus, right? I don't think that's an expensive item, so I could look into that one. But we'll see how much joining the Star Onion Brigade we'll see what that does for me. Wait, aren't Yagudo necklaces, that just increases Tenshodo fame, right? Like that's for the Tenshodo, right? Like I'm pretty sure that's how I got my standing up with them to get in, you know, to get stuff done in Norg. But I don't think that increases Windurst, right? I was always under the impression that it doesn't have an impact on Windurst, because my Tenshodo fame is high enough to, well, it's more than high enough to get Utsasemi, right? Because I needed that for Ninja. Also, I'm maybe getting ahead of myself here. What, G5, okay, we're going the right way. Huh, Windy and Tenshodo, okay. I'm not sure, like, I feel like it doesn't, I'd have to look into that, but I was always under the impression that it's only, like, yeah, it's only Tenshodo fame, but I could be wrong, could be wrong. I just know that I turned in a ton of necklaces so that I could get Utsasemi Ichi. So I feel like between that and the cornets, I probably would have the fame to, you know. Oh boy, here we go. We're doing this. It begins. The first rule of the Star Onion Brigade. For those of you who don't know, is to fight for truth, justice, and the Onion Way. As long as there is love and dreams, we will be the protectors of goodiness. We are the Star Onion Brigade. Hey you, yes you, the grown-up there. What are you staring at? You want to join our Star Onion Brigade, don't Taru? Oh god. You've got to be. I was born to be an SOB. I feel like this is the translation team having a little bit of fun, right? Oh, really? I didn't expect you'd want to join. Oh boy, what do I do now? Time to powwow. Powwow, let's have a secret meeting. I find these baby Tarus to be uncomfortable. Everybody gather together. Goddamn. Baby Tarus. You idiot. That's the leader's line. Everybody, gather together. Come on, let's huddle. This particular music, it reminds me a lot of some soundtracks for like sneaky sections in Final Fantasy IX. Could just be my brain short-circuiting, but it's given me that vibe. So, what do we do? We can't let a grown-up join this group. God damn it. This group was formed to oppose selfish grown-ups. Oh, God, I hate them. I hate them. Huh. What's a shellfish got to do with this? But hey, grown-ups have a lot of money. If we let grown-ups join our group, they could buy us lots of treats. I know, Burn. So look. The way that Lalafels, I don't know, something about Lalafels in 14 make me more uncomfortable on a different level, but something about these Taru Taru, it's uncomfortable on a more primal level. Alright. Don't think of treats. Mother always says, honor before game. Huh. Who's on a beef again? What? Ugh. We're never gonna decide. Hey, Pichichi, you haven't said anything yet. What do you think, Pichichi? Don't ask me. I haven't got a clue. Oh, everyone speaks the worst. But my mommy said we wanted a tail. Oh. Wait, why do they want a tail? A tail? Well, grown up, you heard the girl. For the sake of Pachichi, for the sake of Winder's peace, love, and righteousness. It's decided then, if you bring us a tail, we'll let you join the Star Onion Brigade. I hate it. I hate everything about it. So let's join them. I have the tail. I have it. I'm doing it for the fame, alright? Uh-oh. A Rarab tail. Listen, I know we said to get a tail, but a poor little innocent Rarab. Oh look, is a tail like Mommy wanted. What the? Though, oh, as a quick aside here, so what makes these particular Taru Taru more annoying than normal? These are baby ones, like these are child Taru Tarus, right? I mean, even the normal ones talk weird, but it's because they're babies. So in Final Fantasy XIV, excuse me if I'm wrong, but I do believe they just don't have child Lalafell in that game, right? They like the only children you see are either human or the cat girls. I don't think you see any other children. There are those elves, those two, but yeah, you don't see Lalafell children in that. Anyway, hey, Pachichi, is this the tail you wanted for your mother? Is this what she was looking for? Ah, yes, of course. Mommy's hotel is called the Rarab Tail Hostelry. You see, Mommy always wanted lots of Rarab tails. She uses them to make pickles for the customer. But how do you use a tail to make pickles? You don't say. Well then, I guess that decides it then. You grown up have passed the test. You can join our brigade. Or you grown up. I guess I didn't examine the item. I didn't examine the item, so I guess I just assumed it was like a okay. Alright, here, this Justice Badge is the symbol of the Star Onion Brigade. Don't go losing it. So, okay. I got the Justice Badge. It's, level 7 plus 3 mind. That's actually not a bad mind item. Like, plus 3 mind, especially as low as level 7, that's, honestly, if I ever go White Mage, that's actually not bad. I'd wear it. Huh. Like, that's a good item, for especially for the level range. Though I will say, so the way that mind, specifically mind, the other stats I think are okay, but the way mind works, I always had a bit of an issue with it. So like, yeah, mind is, it's mainly used for your white magic debuffs, right? Like, the higher your mind, the better the chance you'll land your white debuffs and all that. And that's great, that's great. But I was always kind of upset that mine doesn't really do anything on the healer end, right? It does have a little effect, a little bit, but all heal spells kind of cap off at a certain point, and having mine doesn't really, like, it doesn't really do anything for you once your heal spells cap off. So I guess I always wanted mine to maybe make heals stronger, like more so than their limit. I was always upset that it just sort of didn't do much for actual heals, right? But I guess that isn't the main use. The main use is your debuffs. That's the big thing. And oh, Stone Skin. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know Stone Skin was affected by anything. Yeah, the white magic thing, like the white magic debuff resistance. I know that, and that makes sense, right? And I guess it'd make your banish better too. Like that I know, and that's fine. It's just I always wished it did more for the healing, for the actual healing. Okay, so I probably need a little bit more points, right? Where are we? We're here. Let's use the little teleporter guy. The one at the Fisher's Guild, that'll take me kinda close to an auction house, right? Kinda. So I'm gonna see how much Crawler Calculus costs, and I guess I will buy a few stacks of that, and we'll do the Crawler Calculus quest. Since that seems to be an easy repeatable. A nice and easy repeatable. And I feel like the Crawler Calculus it'll probably be cheaper than the silk. Like the Crawler silk thread, that's a crafting ingredient too, so that's probably not going to be so cheap. Alright, yeah, the guy is right here. Right here. It's good old Mumbo Bumbo. So that puts me where? Yeah, I'm at a gate, so I'm... Alright, it puts me right outside the consulate. Huh. Alright, so let's go ahead and see how much it's gonna set me back to buy Crawler Calculus. And the less time I have to be in Winders, the better. Ugh. But I am thinking when we actually get the Teleport Mia quest and we go out and do that, I do think it would probably be easiest to like warp back to Juno and then just take the outpost, right? Take the outpost, because that puts you kind of near where you have to go anyway. And that'll be quicker than riding the airship again. Alright, this is a miscellaneous material. So, Crawler Calculus. Crawler Calculus. Oh, not that many available to buy. 4,300 gil. I do feel like that's going to be cheaper than the Crawler Silk. I feel like that's going to be cheaper than Crawler Silk. All I know is that back in the day, I used to farm Crawler Silk for money. And really, I'm sure there's way better things you could farm for money than Crawler Silk, but that's what I used to do back in the day. I could check real quick. So how much is Crawler Silk? Since there doesn't seem to be a lot of calculus for sale, and I'm gonna have to pay more for it. I assume it's Like, okay, wait, is it the silk thread, or let me check. Let me check the quest real quick. Let me see what this quest is. So it's creepy crawlies. So it is 3 silk thread or 3 crawler calculus. How much is silk thread? 10k. Yeah. So then, how about that crawler calculus? How about that? Yeah, the thing about crawler silk is it is actually surprisingly rare for how much you need it for crafting. I guess it's one of those items where you really want to have Treasure Hunter 2 or higher, right? Like, even with Treasure Hunter 1, your chances of getting that silk is pretty low, but it's not a super rare item. So having a higher level of Treasure Hunter, that would let you get the silk pretty easily. It's also not a high level thing. Like every crawler can drop the silk, and there's low level crawlers you can just plow through. So I guess if you are a thief main, it might be a good item to farm, maybe? Treasure Hunter 2 doesn't come to level 50, so it's not something you can make use of as a sub job. As a sub job to like your main job, you can only go up to 37, and that's just Treasure Hunter 1. That said, Treasure Hunter 1 does make a pretty significant difference in getting loot. But Treasure Hunter 2 or higher is, yeah, that's what you want for kind of dedicated farming, which means you're gonna have to main thief. That's the not fun part. Okay, crawler calculus, so let's see how much I'm gonna have to drop for this. There's not a whole lot to buy, unfortunately. Like, there's only 2 stacks, and I'm gonna be buying both of them right now. Okay, so 2 stacks, that is 8 turn-ins. And I did that Star Onion quest. I feel like I've done some Windurst quests already. Maybe I didn't, but I feel like I did a few Windurst quests. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how high this gets me. I guess at the worst, I have to buy a few cornets, right? At the worst. Wait, 45? I thought it was 50. I thought Treasure Hunter 2 was 50. I thought it was always 50. Well, I guess just 45 then. But I don't know why, I always take Thief up to 50, like, if I'm gonna main it, right? On other servers, I've done it high enough to get Treasure Hunter 2, and I always just took it to 50. I guess maybe as an even rounded number? I don't know. Huh. Well, actually, I probably would have taken it higher just so that so I can kill things faster, right? I would guess I probably kept leveling it up just so that I could kill more things and kill them quicker. Probably that. Alright, so we need to go to Ilu Boja at Windurst Woods, I-6. So that's the zone we're in, and they are at I-6. Somewhere around there. Somewhere there after the Mithra Glades or Groves. That might be why I went all the way to 50. Cause yeah, more evasion, you can kill more things. I guess 50 is a good round number for that, right? If you're gonna be going thief main just to get the Treasure Hunter 2, right? So it makes sense. Makes sense. Like, on this server, I'm only really planning to take Thief up to 37. I like it as a sub-job to Beastmaster. It makes my soloing very, very profitable. However, I don't know if I want to go the extra couple of levels to get Treasure Hunter 2. I'm not sure I want to do that. Oh, hey, there's the NPC. I mean, yeah, Beastmaster is pretty strong here, but it's, I mean, honestly, I've played a Beastmaster on Eden too, and I mean, Beastmaster is the solo class. It's always been good at that sort of thing. That's kind of the point of Beastmaster. Like, that's the point. But it is especially strong here because of primarily because a mix of the ready command and that the jug pets are even level. But I think if anything is gonna maybe get nerfed down, it would probably be the ready command. Because I think having the jug pet be equal level to you, to me that's really important if you intend on grouping up as a Beastmaster. It makes Beastmaster a much more viable party choice, like a party member choice, since a pet that's like way lower level than you, like, it's gonna have no chance, right? It's gonna have no chance to hit enemies that a party would fight. So an equal level pet is, I think, very important. That was kind of a needed change there. The ready command is, so you get 3 charges of it. The charges refresh like every 45 seconds, and you can command your pet to do specific abilities that they have. So, like with the rabbit pet, you can tell it to use its Whirl Claws AoE, and you can tell it to do that 3 times in a row. And it actually puts out quite a lot of damage. All the pets have their special move list, right? So it does allow you to do some interesting things with the pets, but I don't think it's necessarily overpowered. It more just kind of brings them in line with what other, like, the kind of output you could get with other classes in a party, and gives a little more utility too. Like the sheep song is really nice if you have to sleep a bunch of things, right? And you don't happen to have a red mage or a black mage or a bard on hand. Yeah, I make good use of the Beastmaster sub. I make very good use of it. Like, it's one of the reasons that I level Beastmaster up. I just like the class. I think it's a lot of fun. But, yeah, like, as a sub-job, it is as effective as its real level. So, it makes soloing with other classes much more bearable, much more tolerable. Also, on this server, Thief gets triple attack at level 30, yeah. Like, as a level 63 Beastmaster, when I sub my 30 Thief to it, I have triple attack. Like, I'm triple attacking with a scythe. It's awesome. I feel like that alone is gonna make Thief a little more viable as a sub-job on this server. I'm having fun with it as a sub, but I mostly use it for soloing. Like, I'm pretty sure that's why they moved it to level 30, so that it would make the job a little more sub-job friendly. But alright, let's turn these crawler calculuses in. But first, let's talk, right? Alright. Lately, them crawler critters out thar in Saruta Baruta have been eating up all the sprigs of papaka grass that the Dalmo loves so much. It's put me in a real fiddle, cause now I have to work real hard to get me some of them thar sprigs of papaka grass. I do declare, man, why is there just a southern belle cat girl here? Alright, you seem to be the adventurer type now, huh? would you mind doing me a favor the next time you're out there hunting in Saruta Baruta, and concentrate on depleting the numbers of crawlers in them parts? Alright. If you cull enough of them crawlers to get your hands on 3 spools of silk thread or crawler calculi, then I'll give you a little something as a reward. What do you say? Yes. No. Yup. Crawlers can be found in both East and West Saruta Baruta, so exterminate as many of them thar pesty critters as you can in both of them parts. I don't understand. So, okay, look, this is a little bit of a thing, but in certain fantasy games, I don't think it happens quite as much now, but in certain fantasy games, you get a very strange mishmash of accents from characters when it doesn't really make sense. Like why is there a Southern Belle cat girl here when none of the other cat girls talk like that? And presumably, if they all come from the same place, so shouldn't they all basically have the same accent? Like, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so I will trade my crawler calculi. I didn't make a macro for this one. Why, thank ya, partner. See, seems like you did indeed kill off a mighty big number of them thar crawlers. Here's your rewards. Much obliged to you. If you ever have the time, would you be so good as to cull some more of them thar crawlers? For little ol' me. Cull enough of them critters to get your hands on 3 spools yet right. So, okay. Oh, alright, 600 gil. So there's 4 turn-ins in a stack, right? So 600 times 4. You can see the numbers floating in front of my face. Okay, that's like 2,400 gil for a stack, right? I paid 4,500, so it is a couple thousand gil loss, but it's not. I guess I do get half my money back, so I guess that's kinda nice. I guess. It's not as bad as it could be. Alright, I'm really hoping that this crawler calculus is enough to let me take on the Teleport Mia quest. Though unfortunately, I'm not sure I'll have time to actually complete it. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, 2 more turn-ins. Oh. Alright, 1 more. Okay. So, now, let's see. What's the quickest way to get back to Windurst Waters? I guess quickest way is to go back into the Mog House and take advantage of knowing the back alleys, the gritty, seedy back alleys of Windurst, to use that to get to where we want to go. It just occurred to me, so in canon, in lore, the reason that you can teleport from one residential area to another is that apparently you're going through the back alleys of the residential district, right? So I just now thought about it. So that means that when you see the residential area, it's not like you're just going into an apartment building back here, right? Like this implies that there is a whole other section of the city, like a whole other district, right? But it's just a residential area, so the game doesn't show it, it doesn't represent it. And so that's how you're... Man. I guess in my head, I just sort of thought it was like you're entering an apartment complex, right? That's how I kind of pictured it, but that wouldn't quite make sense. Alright, a couple more of my items sold. Considering how much I'm spending on these quest items, I will take it. Okay, I will exit out to Windurst. Yep, Waters. Waters is the one. Please tell me I have enough fame now. Please tell me I've done enough nonsense tasks for the people of Windurst to get this quest. Also, I feel like maybe it. So the elf he's from Sandoria, right? The priest that you get all these teleport quests from, they all come from the church in Sandoria. I sort of feel like the reputation that you need, considering who you're talking to, I feel like the rep should be Sandoria rep, right? But I guess just the way that this game works, right? The way this game works, generally speaking, when you're in a zone, all of the quests in that zone are, like, their faction is tied to that zone. For the most part. I guess the exception to that rule is the Tenshoto people, right? The Tenshoto is kind of the exception there. But I don't think they ever mix it up like some guy in Windurst that you have to have Bestock reputation for. I don't think they ever do that. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong, but I don't think so. Alright. Come on, let me have the quest. Just let me have it. Alright, Gantinu. Round 3. He's the friar. Oh, thank God! Now that my devotion at the Crag of Mia in the Tarongi Canyon are complete, I have orders from the cathedral to research the union between the magical arts of Windurst and miracles born of faith. I debated on how to best proceed, but finally settled on the field of putting troubled spirits to rest. After hours of painstaking research, I was able to create an item that could be said to stand at the pinnacle of white magic. Behold, my creation! Please take the spirit incense and journey to the Eldime Necropolis, a veritable city of restless souls. In the necropolis, you will find a brazier. I know I always say that wrong. A brazier, a brazier, a brazzers, with a flame that wavers from time to time. If you hold this spirit incense aloft in that place, it should bring the spirits into a state of tranquility. Please return and inform me of the outcome. Why not go there myself, you ask? I'm on pilgrimage, and I must travel north of Juno, and must not travel north of Juno. Furthermore, I am but a simple scholar. It would be impossible for me to enter a place such as the Eldime Necropolis. So here, you go do it. Alright then. Okay, well... So I guess it's a pretty straightforward go to the place sort of thing, right? It's a pretty simple go there and do the thing. But I don't... Looking at the clock here, it's getting close to the dinner time, and I don't want to be interrupted, like, in the middle of some dark-ass dungeon, full of things that will murder me. I would rather not get interrupted, so we'll table actually doing that quest for a little while. We'll table that one for another time. Maybe not even next time, but we'll get to that quest eventually. Important thing is that I finally started it, right? I finally started the quest. Alright, let me switch back to my main job, Beastmaster 63, with Thief as the sub-job. Alright, and let me fix my... I don't know, I have a look and I don't like to stray from it. Okay. So I have a bunch of things in my Mog satchel. I stored them just so that I wouldn't be full of items, right? But I figure what I will do is... I want to keep those masks on me. I'm not sure I'll kill more goblins. I probably will kill more goblins. Probably will. I'll pull the masks out. The armor, I liquidate that. I can get cotton thread out of it. Alright, I like to always have my warp cudgel, my instant warp. I guess if I'm not planning on going to a super dangerous place, I don't really need the prism powder and silent oil. I guess I don't have to have that if I'm not planning on doing anything real stupid. So I have basic herbal broth. The basic stuff. I'd say I don't need that. I could sell the basic broth. It's not actually worth that much. I could just delete it actually. Do I need these items? Not sure. I'll hold on to it. I don't think I tucked anything away in my safe, right? I didn't. But what I do want to do is deposit my justice badge. I don't need it right now, right? I'm not using it right now. So I guess, even though I didn't get to do the quest I wanted to today, I mean, I got my Windurst faction, I got that up to at least rank 4, right? I guess I have to be at least at Fame 4. So ever so slowly that's increasing, and that does add up with my Sandoria and Bastok standing, which I know those are way higher. I'm pretty sure I have at least rank 6 fame with those two, at the very least. But that would add up to a pretty good Juno faction standing, right? Like for Juno quests. Alright. So I have my items, I have my equipments on. I don't have any pets that I can use. That's kind of what I'm missing right now. I somehow managed to burn through all of my pets, and I didn't think to buy another stack to have it on hand. So I can only hope that the price of the famous carrot broth, I can only hope that has not gone up since I last bought some. Also, gotta check that. So the only thing I have up for sale, I have these lanterns that aren't really selling too good. I have a stack of trilobites, which also don't really sell very good. And I have a stack of Antiken robes that I think those sell okay, right? Yeah, those sell just fine. I always have to stop and think, oh, like, does that item actually sell? Because a lot of items don't. I think lots of items, they have sort of a seasonal use to them. They're only useful at certain times to certain people, and if you can exploit that, great, but if not, then it's basically just taking up auction house space, and you have a worthless item on your hands. It is a little bit sad when you get a really expensive item, or you get a theoretically expensive item, and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna make so much gil, like the trilobites, right? I remember I fished up like several stacks of trilobites, And I looked on the auction house, and it's like, oh, they're worth 9k, 9,000 gil each. Like, you know, and then I look at my inventory, and it's like, oh my god, I have 90,000 gil in my inventory, and you get all excited, right? But then you look at when's the last time someone bought a stack of trilobites, and it's like half a month ago, right? Now, I guess technically you could keep those trilobites and just, you know, you could keep them and put them up for sale in a while and hope to cash in on that, but really, it just sort of ends up being wasted space. That's what happened to me. Like, I don't have enough auction room to keep that stuff up. Okay, the F carrot broth. 4,100. It has actually gone down a little bit in value. A little bit. Can I go just a little bit lower than that? No, I cannot. You can't blame me for trying. Okay, 4,100 gil. That is a more than fair price. Alright. A very fair trade. Oh, man, this... Has this guy just been standing here? Like, has this dude just been standing here, like, literally the whole stream? Huh. I'll just assume he died at his keyboard. Okay, so, sell off my herbal broth, and it's not worth much to begin with. Okay, and before I head out, you know, make those preparations, though I'm not even sure we can head out. Again, I usually start up dinner in like 2 minutes from now, so I guess I will head out on my own time, right? I'll like off stream I'll head out, or really something I would love to do, but I have to wait for the opportunity to pop up, or I guess I could advertise that I need to do the thing. I would love to do the 5-2 mission. You know, actually, table that. I won't try to do it off stream if I see it pop up. What I'm gonna do is, next stream, let's advertise for it. So next stream, let's put the word out, make use of Yell, and let's try and get the 5-2 mission done. I think it's uncapped, right? It's an uncapped thing, so I assume people would be at least a little willing to help out with it. Since uncapped means easy, basically. Also, I see people fishing up these black souls. Those things sell for like, I think they sell for 800 gil each, right? Just to merchants. Like, you can NPC trash them for 800 gil each. Which, like, okay, they're just a fish like any other. You can just fish up right here in Juno. And like a stack of those, so 10 would be 8,000. A stack would be 9,600 gil, right? 9,600 gil straight to an NPC, and you can just fish them up right here. That's I guess that's a reason to level up your fishing. Alright, so I got my signet, I got everything I need to prepare for battle, to get my grind on. Again, my kind of midterm goal here is to get to level 65. I would really like to get up to level 65. And then, well, I have to do my next limit break. That won't be a problem. But when I hit 65, I think I will be high enough level that I can comfortably do some more of my artifact quests. I think technically I could do them right now. For one of them, I have to fight level 58 enemies. Like, I have to fight 3 level 58 named monsters at the same time. 2 of them are charmable. I feel like I could do that right now, but I would like to kind of be safe about it, since death has a rather hefty penalty to it here. Yeah, Black Soul are really high. Like they're like 96, which means with fishing gear, you need your effective level to basically be 86, right? So I guess if you get to fishing 82 with the gear, that would put you where you need to be to catch Black Souls. But so Black Souls are definitely an end game fish, I suppose, or close to it. But the idea, right? the idea of just being able to sit around in Juneau and just casually fish up tens of thousands of gil, man, that's the dream right there. I mean, I have so many ways that I can get gil, right? But that would be such a chill way to do it. Super chill. Like me, I gotta go out and kill tonberries for my money, right? I gotta get stabbed in the throat for my money. Oh, Sito, you're kind of at the tail end. I was getting ready to probably do the pasta thing. Oh, I got that one, Jeepers Creepers. Oh, which I like the first movie. The first one was good. It was fine. It was okay. Eh. But yeah, I need to get my fishing up just so that I can so okay, I'd like to get that casual gil, but also I would like to get my cooking skill up. I'd actually really like to get my cooking skill up, and you know, fish is used a lot for that. My cooking skill is what's lagging behind, I guess. Also, Sito, you completely missed the absolute best quest in the game. We joined the Star Onion Brigade, or SOB. We became an SOB. And the Star Onion Brigade is a group of baby Tarus in Windurst that fight for peace and justice, and we joined them. We got the justice badge out of it. All the baby talking Tarus. All of them. Best quest in the game. I still like that they even have baby Tarus here. Like FF14, they're cowards. They decided not to even have Lalafell children. They just don't exist. Oh yeah, it is. The Star Onion Brigade is it is in fact a whole quest chain. So I guess we could continue that. We could do more of those sometime. Yeah, the Justice Badge does kind of sound like something you should get for fighting, fighting Pokemon trainers, but I don't know, it's a good mind item. It's a nice little neck piece. Oh, I didn't know. Look, I play a lot of FF14, and I would swear there's no Lalafell children. And I guess if there are, they... So in this game, when you see a Taru, when you see a baby one, it is an entirely different character model. Like, it is a totally different, very visually distinct character model. If all a baby Lalafell in FF14 is, if it's just like a downsized normal Lalafell, then I still call them cowards. Oh, hey, someone doing BCNMs, but it's too late. I'm feeling the hunger too. I want me some pasta. But I guess yeah, we're a little short on. Man, look, I'm just sitting here and like, look at this. This dude who's fishing. That's 800, 1,600, 2,400, 3,000. Like the gill that dude is making, just sitting there. Man, fish game so strong. But I guess my plan for the next Final Fantasy stream, I guess tomorrow, I would like to get my 5-2 mission done. I mean, I'd also like to get the Teleport Mia. I guess we have to do the Teleport Mia quest, right? We gotta actually do it. But, I think next time I'm gonna try, even if I myself have to put the group together, I'm gonna try to do Mission 5-2. I'm gonna try to beat the Shadow Lord. He who must not be named. And I really hope he looks cooler than just the... Man, the last one was a little disappointing. The last boss fight, it was like the Arch Lich, right? But it was literally just a generic skeleton mob. It was generic Skelly Man. That was disappointing. The fight itself was okay, but I was so disappointed he didn't look cool, right? So I hope the Shadow Lord's better. Apparently he has multiple forms and everything, so it's a real proper fight. And I also hope he's got some boss music. I hope it's not like generic boss fight music or just no music. I'm hoping it's actually an interesting fight. All these people warping off. That'll be me in a while. But anyhow. Yeah, it's oh, my belly is growling, and I am craving that pasta that I put together today. So I think we will leave our Final Fantasy adventure off here for today. No second game today. I know most people get the hell out of here when we switch games, but I like doing multiple games, but not today. So I have my game plan for next time. I'm gonna attempt to put 5-2 together. Attempt to do my Teleport Mia quest. That should go fine. Oh god, look at this little pink-haired Tarutar with a big spear. Oh look, they're cotton candy colors, blue and pink. But anyway. Yeah, game plan. We have it for tomorrow. We'll see. We will see if we can pull that off. I have doubts. In the meantime, though, so off stream, like after I get my dinner and all that, I like to just... I do enjoy playing this game just to wind down. As much as I love doing the stream and as much as I love playing the game, playing this game on stream, I can't really wind down with that. I'm always up at 11, right? Because I don't want to be low energy for you all. But when I'm just playing for fun and to relax, I'll do that off stream. So I will be on. If anybody wants to do stuff in maybe, I want to say like an hour, maybe less. Anybody wants to do something, hit me up. You see my character name. All I plan to do is go back to Altepa and just keep killing Antikins, just keep farming them, right? That's really my only plan. So alright. You know what's coming? You know what to expect? I'm gonna get out of here. I will see you guys next time. Alright, I will see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully. See you then. Later.